Things I think while I lie awake and contemplate tonight are wearing me out. Well, maybe tomorrow the world will wake and get it right, but I have my doubts, yeah. During the day, well, I design machines of war that scream through the sky. 'Cause I, for one, I like to go to bed free at night under these stars and stripes. And I have my doubts that we're coming out. Yes, I have my doubts, and I have my doubts that we're making back out. Yes, I have my doubts, but they'll wind you up and pull the cord until you're spun right out. And I don't understand. Roll the dice and raise the price to feed the machine's mouth. Call it the progress of man. And I have my doubts that we're coming out. Yes, I have my doubts, and I have my doubts that we're making back out. I have my doubts, so I'll drink my stuff and raise some hell and shoot my guns to the end of my time. You can have the booze and go to hell and take the guns, but I know they won't be mine. We're coming out. Yes, I have my doubts, and I have my doubts that we're making back up. Yes, I have my doubts. So we're all messed up and out of touch. Let's text someone who's in the other room. So don't wonder why we don't say hi or know anyone. I might as well move to the moon. So maybe I'm wrong. Well, I hope that I'm wrong. So maybe I'm wrong. Well, I hope that I'm wrong. Well, the things I think while I lie awake and contemplate at night are wearing me out.
Good afternoon. Certainly am slow on the draw today. One of the options that I normally have set on Wirecast I can't get to because if I try to go there, the program just crashes. So it's just a stupid little, they call it live icons, and basically what it does is the timeline view that I see on my side, basically it keeps the thumbnails updated with a live view. Like right now, what I see in my timeline is the snapshot of the page, for instance, that was originally there when I opened up the program. So it's kind of confusing for me because I'm not used to that. I'm used to looking at the icon to see what the content is and clicking on that instead of looking at the name. So just bear with me. I'm gonna try to have that issue dealt with tomorrow. Everything seems to be going insanely well. To give you an idea of the difference on the computer I'm using now, the other computer, me just talking to you like this during the show, it would run usually around about 50% of the CPU with me just sitting here chatting with you, no videos running or anything like that. It'd take about 50% or so of the CPU to run everything. I am bouncing between 3 and 5% CPU usage right this moment. So I am most certainly going to be able to do a whole hell of a lot more as far as the show is concerned now. So, and mind you, I'm only running on half the amount of memory that I will have. I did get the second set of memory cards in today. I got bad cards, so neither one of them will run. So Amazon's taking care of me. The new set will be here Sunday. And then I guess Monday, UPS will be picking up the defective set. So I'm only running on 16 gigs of memory, and I will have 30. I mean, wow, I'm getting this all screwed up. Yeah, I'll have I'll have 32. I wasn't actually screwed up. I'm running on 16 now. I will have 32. So those numbers will get even better. So I did see it pop up to 8%. For a second there, but noticeable difference, huge difference in how this machine runs. Everything is going to flow a lot better now because of being able to do this. And so that was the intent, to take the opportunity, because that's what I seen it as, was an opportunity to kind of get ourselves updated. You know, our lives basically they revolve around this little box here, and this is how we make our extra income. This is how, you know, we live our lives, and computers and the internet technology is an insanely important part of our existence. Without that, we would be pretty well helpless, to be honest. So just kind of one of those things. So dumping money into that is a very important investment, and so that's why we did it. So you're going to start seeing things on the show change as far as appearance-wise, stuff like that. You're going to start seeing a lot of little changes, and hopefully some big changes. And, hopefully we can bring a better show. And as far as me putting out content, as far as like individual videos and stuff, hopefully that's going to pick up as well. A lot of that's a time issue. Part of it is a selective issue, okay? There's a lot of times that I don't think that there is newsworthy, in fact, most of the time, of me making an individual video for that one thing. Once in a while there is something I feel is that important, and I will. However, I think that there's a lot of information overload out there, especially when it comes to the news environment, and I don't want to contribute to that, overflow of information. Instead, I want to kind of put on the cruise control when it comes to the amount of information, and be accurate with it. That, to me, is the most important part. Right now, what's going on with coronavirus is a very good case in point. Very good case in point. You've got people that have aligned themselves politically on this issue, and according to their political alignment, in most cases, not all. In fact, I talked to a conservative today that fully agreed with what I had to say. But largely, you can follow the political lines here. And if you ask the conservatives, oh, this is just the flu, you'll cough. Don't forget Trump 2020, MAGA. Right? They're the first fuckers that I hope get it. The first ones, right? I wish, right, we could target a virus for, like, political parties, right? Both Democrats and Republicans, both, right? Fix most of the world's problems right there. However, enough wishful thinking. The reality of it is you've got red team that don't want this to hurt their God's election, right? So it's just a cough. It's the flu. MAGA 2020. Right? I'm serious. That's all I can hear in my voice when I think of these idiots. And it comes out, and I'm not really sorry, but deal with it. Because that's all I can hear in my head. Because these people are that fucking stupid. Nuts. But anyway, off of that. The left, right? They're wanting to act like this is an extinction level event, and it's somehow Trump's fault. However that works. Has Trump done some stupid shit regarding coronavirus? Absolutely. Very stupid shit. Like the other day when he had brought up that he thought that the fatality rate was more like 1. Yeah. You know, because his opinion matters. To hell with the facts, right? This is where we have to become decent human beings, respectable individuals, and we need to slap the shit out of both of them. Is this an extinction level event? Absolutely not. Not even remotely close. Not even remotely close. Is this the flu? Abso-fucking-lutely not. It's not. This is serious. This is serious. Maybe not for everybody, but for people such as myself, this would be my death sentence. There's a high chance that if I got COVID-19, it would kill me. Okay? Because I am in one of those high-risk categories. In fact, I'm in a couple of those high-risk categories. Okay? So yeah, I'm going to take this seriously. You know, we have to, as I was saying, we have to be respectable human beings. We have to be a decent people, and we have to start stomping the asses of these ignorant people that just want to push their agenda regardless of whether or not human lives are at risk. That is how sickening this is. Okay? All I'm doing is brushing off all that sugary coating and removing the cherry outer coating, and I'm just telling you the raw truth. Okay? This is how sick these pieces of shit are, that they could care less whether or not people are dropping like flies as long as their fucking dickhead gets in office. Yeah, I'm upset by it. I'm highly upset by it. You know, until we learn that information and data is key and opinions are bullshit, we won't progress on anything. We won't progress on anything. But our society now is based on opinion. Facts don't matter. And therein lies the problem. So, anyway, I know I got off on a tangent there. I really didn't intend to. But I'll tell you what, it's growing on me. Real bad. Real bad. It's gotten me to the level of pissed off. It's unbelievable. Because of every single damn news story, both sides has to play some crazy made-up story in order to support their agenda. Both sides. Both. Neither one of them are any better than the other. Yet they both keep trying to take the high road. Right? Well, let me tell you something. These high road takers are turning a blind eye to a life and death situation over politics. So you remember that. in November when these pieces of shit go and vote that these useless eaters could care less really about your life. They just want their person to win the popularity contest because that's all it is. Let's face it. It's a popularity contest. Now, I don't know about you, but I sure the fuck wouldn't want my king or queen from my prom running this country. Okay? Wouldn't want it. Would you? Would you want your king or queen of your prom, your high school prom, to run the country? Because that's how we fucking treat our government. It's a popularity contest. You cannot, in a million years, convince me that Trump and whoever is going to get the Democrat ticket, you can't convince me, whether it's Bernie or whatever, Biden, doesn't matter. You can't convince me that this is the cream of the crop. You can't convince me that this is the highest level of intelligence that we could apply to our government. Not even close. Not even close. Nowhere in the ballpark of close. It's a popularity contest. Not an election. Not for a government, although that's what that's what happens. Not how people are treating it. Sadly, there are people that lose their lives over this idiocy, whether it be in foreign wars, whether it be with stuff like this going on. You know, again, this is not something that is going to, scientists have done some research. You're going to hear these numbers again a little bit later on in the show when I play a video, but a best case scenario, scientists are saying best case scenario, best case is 15 million fatalities. That's fairly substantial. That's best case. Worst case, they're saying more like 68 million people. Now, I get that there's 7.5 billion people on this ball of dirt. That's not going to amount to much. As I said, this is not an extinction level event. Not even remotely close. But 68 million people is a hell of a chunk. A hell of a chunk over one outbreak. And remember that as these idiots are running around reminding you who to vote for in 2020 in their retarded voice. And they're telling you that this is just the flu. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, ignore those that work in the profession, right? Don't pay any attention to the virologist or anything. Fuck them, right? Let's go ask Joe the fucking plumber. He'll know, right? Joe the fucking plumber agrees with me. He's got the right answer. That's how we treat it. That is how we treat it in this country. It's not about who actually knows. It's about who we like. Popularity contest. That's what this country is, a popularity contest. Again, all I'm doing is brushing off the sugar coating. That's all I'm doing. Right? Prepare yourself. Do what you know to be best for you. Do what you know will best protect yourself and your loved ones. And slap the holy fuck out of any of these redtards that try to tell you that it's the flu. All right? You have my permission. In fact, I'll come up with some medals or something for you. But there's got to be video because that's going to be awesome shit. Yeah, it's frustrating. But anyway, let's get away from that. Going to be a little bit of a different... I didn't tweet out anything today. It's been a hectic last couple of days, if you couldn't tell. I spent yesterday pretty much the entire day at it, and pretty well the entire day so far at it, and still got a long way to go. So, but I was able to get obviously get the software installed and all of that for the show. Able to do the show. Everything, like I say, other than the bad RAM cards that I got, man, this thing is just badass. This thing is running killer. Jen is really liking her new machine. Of course, she's not got a brand new one. She's got the one that I used to use for the show. And it's, believe me, it's more than enough for what she does. Anyway, and hopefully maybe sometime in the not so distant future, we'll get her a new one built. So, but nonetheless, she's set up now. She'll be getting her chair as soon as it's ordered, whenever they get it in. I got mine in today. We did get we're able to get a new desk. So, and I'm not sure exactly when that's going to be here yet either. So we are waiting on that. And then, as I said, we will be setting up a camera, a rear view, so to speak, a camera view from behind us looking at the desk. So you'll see us and what we see. This computer will be able to handle it. That was one of the other issues too. It wasn't just about us putting a shelf and a TV where we put the camera at before, but also that, when I bring in that HD video feed, from that camera, man, that hits my resources like you wouldn't believe. Well, now I won't have that issue. So that is another reason why we didn't do the video all the time. So be on the lookout for that to happen very often. So dancing midgets on the screen. I will. I'll have to see what I can do on that. I might be able to. I may be able to figure something out there. That would be hilarious once in a while, just to have dancing midgets go flying or running across the screen. There is a lot I'm going to be able to do now that I wasn't previously able to do because my computer just wasn't fast enough. And so this opens up a lot of the doors. I was wanting to go up in my resolution in my live streaming, and my software won't let me. 1080p is the highest that the software will let me do live. So I'm looking into that because I would really like to be able to push out 4K to you guys if I can. The computer will do it. I would like to be able to do it. So, definitely would like to have a real nice 4K crisp production. That would be sweet. So I don't know. There is one later update to Wirecast, and I'm going to try to install it either later tonight or tomorrow and see if it fixes my other issue as well with the crashing. And then we'll go from there. Maybe that version will offer a bigger resolution on the live. So nonetheless, we're going to try to make things as nice as what we can. So, but everything, like I say, it's going well. The computer went together well. Very nerve-wracking assembly. That was the most nerve-wracking computer build I've ever done in my life. And largely, I think, because so much is different now, right? And then, when you open up a case, right, which is just a computer case that holds all your components, and you have this huge mega bundle of wires come falling out, that was a little scary at first. Cases don't typically have 5 million wires coming out of them, but anyway, I got that. I can't say I got it figured out. I still got to figure out why my lights on the front of the computer are just blue and they won't do anything else. They're just blue. So I have to figure out what's wrong with that. They're supposed to be color changing and all of that good stuff. So, however, I think I did something. I think I hooked something up wrong. Not a big deal. Other than that, though, running really smooth. Jen's up and running really smooth. This chair, gosh, it's probably one of the most comfortable chairs I've sat in. Probably the most comfortable computer chair, hands down, that I've sat in. And that's going to be nice, because hopefully that's going to alleviate some of my normal everyday pain that I deal with, just being able to sit properly. I'm always at the desk for the most part. So, sitting at the desk in a kitchen chair is not going to be good for anybody. So hopefully I can decrease my level of pain this way, and hopefully the same for Jen. She's got a really nice chair coming too. And the desk, I did what I could. Unfortunately, those suckers are expensive as hell. So we got a cheap one, but hopefully it won't be as flimsy as what this plastic one has been. So we'll see. But like I say, once we get that all set up, then I'll pull out the camera and I'll try to find a good place to mount it. And then we'll have that availability from there on out as far as for the show. So, and other things. There are, like I say, a ton of possibilities that I just couldn't do. Now I can. So anyway, what I'm going to do today, I didn't tweet the stuff out. So what I'm just going to do is I'm kind of going to go through the list from, sometime last night I'll pick. And then you guys can't see it. My apologies for that. But I use an RT extension. You guys can't see that, but I use an RT extension on my Google Chrome. And so it lets me pull down a little Dropbox kind of thing that gives me the headlines. So that's what I'm going by. And I'm going to go about 24 hours ago. And any relevant headlines, I'm going to read out. So again, sorry for the non-coordination today. It's been a busy day. Moscow declares high alert over coronavirus threat. Let's see. Imposes mandatory self-quarantines and workplace health checks. Okay. So, mandatory self-quarantines and workplace health checks. Does this sound to you like just the flu? Let's see. Hunt for Russians continues. U.S. charges Putin's oligarch banker Oleg Tinkov with tax fraud and demands extradition from the U.K. Hang on, because like I say, I'm not reading you all of them. I'm reading the pertinent ones. Nearly 17 people tested, ? Missouri governor's specific coronavirus stats go viral. Let's see. Irish goodbye. Indian police hunt for runaway coronavirus suspect as confirmed cases across the country hit 30. Wow, dozens killed as Afghan ceremony attacked while Peace Council chairman delivered speech. Let's see. China could start a new solar price war. That would be sweet. Bollywood Oscars called off over coronavirus fears. If I'm not mistaken, that's like India's thing. It's kind of like India's Hollywood, if I'm not mistaken. Coronavirus. Best and worst case scenarios for global economy. It's just an article. Sorry about that. Policeman killed, several injured as militant bombers blow themselves up in front of U.S. Embassy in Tunis. Starting a nuclear conflict now, a political option for Washington, Moscow believes, and I agree. And honestly, I kind of think that that's what they're getting geared towards. And, if not nuclear, some type of military conflict, a very large-scale conflict. And I firmly believe that that's what they're getting ready for right now. Russia's inflation headed towards lowest level in post-Soviet history. I'm telling you, Putin's doing some good things. Let's see. NOPEC oil prices plummet after Russia rejects new crude production cuts. And again, sorry for the dead air, but I only put out probably 40% or so of the news that comes through my feed, because most of it, like this, UFC 248, are the UFC rolling the dice? I don't care, right? I don't care. That's not news. That's sports. It's not news. Ukrainian chess grandmaster and girlfriend found dead in Moscow. Laughing gas is suspected. Wonder if they're still laughing. Let's see. War averted as Russia and Turkey reach deal on Idlib, but is peace on the horizon? Let's see. Russian billionaire banker Tinkoff stranded in London for U.S. extradition probe reveals he has blood cancer. So I'm assuming that's a headline, because I'm assuming that's going to play a big role on the extradition, the results anyway of the extradition hearing. 2 British Airways baggage handlers test positive for COVID-19 virus, sent home to self-isolate. Okay, so how many people's bags did they get, infectious fluids on? That would be my question. It's here. And like I posted on Facebook, it's time we stop. Oh my God, we've got a case in such and such county. Oh my God, we've got another case in... Stop. It's here. We don't have to do a play-by-play for every person that gets infected, because it's going to really quick get really busy. So it's here. Plain and simple. Okay, so let's just address it. Let's not worry about all the other 1,000,000 things that people want to fulfill your mind with. Okay? Just do what we prepared for. Just do what we do. Right? This should be a bump in the road for us. I mean, it's going to be a big bump, don't get me wrong. But it shouldn't be a bump like the majority of people. Over 90% of the people are going to hit. I'm not worried about the virus. I'm worried about people. Not worried about the virus. That's easy. That's easy. Let's see. People spend money and stay home now. I like that. Trump finds coronavirus silver lining as he signs $8.3 billion aid bill. Again, it's all about, let's keep things positive. Let's keep things... I'm doing a great job. Everybody tells me I'm doing a great job. Huge, right? Let's see. Erdogan vows to keep migrants flowing as thousands keep trying to storm Greek border. Let's see. Moscow medics responding to possible child coronavirus case, beaten by father for wearing protective suits. You get that? This is what I'm talking about. I'm not worried about the virus. Okay? I've got an easy solution to that. Stay the fuck away from people. Pretty simple solution, right? Easy. It's the other people that I'm worried about. Right? Let me read that headline again. Moscow medics responding to possible child coronavirus case, beaten by father for wearing protective suits. Now, you tell me what these people are going to be like when they run out of food, when they have no clean water. Right? You tell me how these people are going to be. Okay? When I button this place up, it's on. And I mean, it's on. And this place will be buttoned up tomorrow. So, with the exception of the 2 deliveries that we have coming yet, well, 3 because of the memory, we're buttoning up. We're done. I mean, we're going to be here. We're going to do the show and all of that, but we're not going anywhere. And very unlikely that we're going to be too hip on people hanging out. It's just, that's how you beat it. That's how you beat it. Simple solution. Simple solution. The problem is, over 90% of the people out there have not put back food, have not put back water or a way to clean water. Okay? They have not prepped. And so they're going to come looking to the people that have. All I know is I hope they get used to the feel of a 165-pound crown-pound crossbolt going through them. And I'm serious, folks. If you button your place up, okay, and somebody attempts to break that, and I'm going to call it a seal, even though it's not a seal. If someone attempts to breach your door, you do what you have to do and don't think twice about it. Don't think twice about it. And if they made it inside, take proper precautions when dragging their body back outside. And may sound like a joke, but it's no joke. Take proper precautions. Gloves, mask, you know the drill. Okay? I'm being serious. I know it sounds funny, but this is what we're looking at. Okay? This is how humans react when they're scared, when they don't understand, when they're not prepared, either physically or knowledgeably, mentally, spiritually. This is how people react. Right? Because now, how much harm have they caused? Because if these people's suits were compromised, they need to go to quarantine, right? So they don't infect healthy people. So that's 2 paramedics now, 2 medics that you now no longer have available to treat people, right? But people that are not prepared, this is what they do. Take a good look at it. This is why I said, number 1, spiritually prepared. I shouldn't have to explain that. Number 2, mentally prepared. And a lot of people don't get that because they're too busy wanting to pull out their high-speed, ultra-tactical operator bulletproof vest. Right? Not with a bang, but with a whimper. Not with a bang, but with a whimper. Let's see. Amazon burning in 2019 was bad, but nowhere near as apocalyptic as MSM would have us believe. Okay, I probably wouldn't have read that normally. Thought I was going to say something else. U.S. blocks UN from supporting Russian-Turkish ceasefire in Syria's Idlib. Okay, and that's another headline I've got to read again. U.S. blocks the UN from supporting a Russian-Turkish ceasefire in Syria's Idlib. I read that twice because when I initially read it, I had to read it twice to make sure I was getting the correct information. But the United States is standing in the middle of a ceasefire between 2 other countries. That is jaw-dropping. Jaw-dropping. If that doesn't speak volumes, nothing will. Let's see. Congress slams fundamentally flawed Boeing 737 MAX and grossly insufficient FAA in scathing report. Facebook shuts down London offices over COVID-19 after visiting Singapore employee test positive. And that would be the headlines. Oh, I've got a breaking one out there. Oh, what is that? SXSW. XS. Well, hang on. Let me read. You guys can see it here. Okay, well, let me just read it. SXSW submits to coronavirus fears. Austin cancels biggest tech, film, and music festival for the first time ever. So, this is a real deal, folks. This is a real deal. Oh, what I was referring to, let me get this out of the way here. What I was referring to is if you make the decision to hunker down, to bug in, right, and you make the decision to close everything up, not let anybody in, not go out, and somebody tries to force their way in, just make sure that you use the proper precautions when you if they make it in, when you drag their body out. It would be a nightmare for somebody to have to go through that and then not use personal protective gear, equipment, PPE, when removing the corpse, and then wind up with coronavirus. You know what I mean? And unfortunately, I think that's going to happen fairly often before this is all said and done with. So just make sure that you use proper precautions. These are subjects that they're not pleasant to talk about. They're not things that we often talk about, because it's not, we're not about death and all of that stuff here. However, when it comes to your personal protection, as we've always said, it's your personal responsibility, nobody else's. And being as such, we are now in a situation to where many of us that have prepared are going to be facing conflict. And, that's for those that are known preppers. I can't hide the fact, right? They're going to be sadly discouraged, right, if they decide to hit me. But nonetheless, we're targets. All of us are, but more so the people that are open about it. So it's going to, like I say, it's going to be ugly. It's going to be ugly. That's why I made sure to really emphasize that headline, because this is what people do when they're scared, right? Yeah, I'm sure that the U.S. will start locking down cities, and I'm sure we'll probably start seeing that, I would guess, within, and there again, they may not lock down cities. And the reason why is because it's pointless, right? All that locking down is going to get you nothing. It's here, right? The idea behind locking down cities is to stop the spread. It's too late for that. There's no stopping the spread as far as in that sense. We can stop. We're at the point to where now it's up to us individually to stop the spread. Now it's up to us. Our governments, our scientists, they can't do anything. They can't. And it's not because they don't want to. They can't. So now it's on us. It relies on each one of us individually if we want to prevent the spread of this. And so the only way we can really do that is to quarantine, to lock ourselves in our own homes to the best of our ability. Of course, majority of the people aren't able to do that. They've got bills that have to be paid. They've got jobs. They've got to work to pay those bills. I get that. That's a choice you have to make. Again, you're responsible for your own for your own decisions, and that's a choice I'm glad I don't have to make, to be honest. I could tell you what choice I would make, depending. Again, we all have our own lives. We all have, many, many, many things that lead up to how we feel or how we react. But I'd quit. I'd give them the option. Look, either you're gonna let me have some time off so that I don't catch this, or I'm quitting. One of the two. I'm not expecting paid time off or anything like that. But again, this is for my situation. I have moderate COPD. I think I have some other breathing issues. I think I've got some heart issues. I'm in the high risk category when it comes to this. Okay? So if you're not in that high risk category, if you're young, if you're healthy, which doesn't mean anything necessarily, however, it's mostly affecting the elderly and those with chronic issues with breathing and whatnot. So or cardiovascular issues. That's kind of the biggest part of it. It's up to us as individuals now. Nobody else can do it for us. I mean, at some point in life, we have to realize that we've got to do stuff for ourselves. And I'm speaking to the choir here, but, a lot of society, they want everything done for them. And that doesn't align to a political aisle or anything like that. This is all of society. They want everything done for them, right? You could attach politics to it if you want, but, for instance, how the left always wants free everything, right? Well, so does the right. It's just different things. The right just wants things like free freedom. Well, freedom isn't free. There's a cost to it, right? And that's the one thing that the left has figured out. And that's why you see the left out there active and protesting and doing things, right? But the right isn't, for the most part. The right isn't. So, again, it's just two different entitlement mindsets is all it is. And to be honest, the freedom entitlement mindset is far more dangerous than the, say, welfare or college entitlement mindset. Okay? So, but it is what it is. Anyway, let me go ahead and go into some video here. It has been an unbelievable last couple of days. I mean, I've been at it pretty hard and heavy, so let's see. Okay, let me go ahead and just start out with the prepared mind since I've got it right here. He's got one titled "Cerveza Bug is Now Institutionalized Prepper Awareness." Oops. Won't work too well if I put it in that window, and I bet you guys want video with that. All right, here you go.
Well, hello everyone. Welcome back to the Prepared Mind channel. I think by now, all of us, but much of the regular world is starting to realize that cerveza bug is a major issue. And argue all day long we want about the severity of the bug. It is going to have impacts that are far-reaching, far beyond, right, the need for masks or what medications will help in treatment. And those arguments are all to come. How do we treat it? How does the regular person treat it? How do they treat it? We're going to have all those. But before we get into this, I keep seeing, as I peruse the news, as I, check out the videos, read the papers, whatever you want to call it, I keep seeing ads for N95 masks. I keep seeing the ads, right? Apparently they're available on Amazon. So people, the time for getting them is going to come to a close because we don't have enough. I'm getting daily reports from medical staff, people who provide medical services, that they're running low on masks. At some point, there is going to be problems in hospitals. And that's kind of what this entire video is about, is the institutions out there. We have a heavily institutionalized world, and it's just the nature of civilization. But I believe that because I'm getting reports, they're going to run out in hospitals. Why isn't the N95 mask supply being, shall we say, protected or sequestered and put away and off to the side for medical use? Now, I'm not saying that the rest of us people aren't important. Don't misunderstand me. As preppers, I don't want a stupid paper mask. I've got gas masks. And I'm sure a canister on one of those is going to last me well over a week, because I am currently in a dust-free, low-volume air environment, right? I am not going to get out and run around and, anyways, what I do isn't important. What you do is important. What we see coming is even more important. So what I've got is a news story, and you probably heard about it. Italy is going to ban public events. They're going to close cinemas and theaters. Sporting events are going to be canceled, which means practices are going to be canceled, which means a large sector of the world of entertainment is going to be canceled. That creates a lot of business activity, a lot of volume of dollars changing hands, a lot of sales taxes, a lot of income is derived through that. We're going to see, because of the cerveza bug, a shutdown not only in manufacturing because of the lack of one little tiny part, unless they're going to start selling cars that don't turn to the right, cars that don't have windows that go up and down, or cars that have seats that don't slide back and forth, cars with serious missing options, right, that we've taken for granted, like brakes that work. They can't do that. So anyways, Italy is taking some big steps because Italy has been hit hard. I believe it's because Italy has a very personable, likable interaction where, it's another dense country, densely populated, right? And they've had a lot of people exposed, and their mortality rate there is higher so far, and it's spreading far and wide. I did see an article, though, that says the Pope does not have cerveza bug. Interesting, huh? But I believe because they're more socially interactive. Introverts, people like me, I guess, don't have a need to go out and socially interact and hug and kiss and be close and spend hours and hours with people, exposing ourselves to what other people have. It's a different culture there. I'm sure culturally this is going to do a lot of things, right? The institutions of culture are going to be affected because the elderly are apparently harder hit by this, as they are with most flus and most colds, right? Italy is looking at quarantine for seniors. Mandatory quarantine. If you're a senior, they're beginning to do this, right? So you stay home, right? Now, they're going to stay home with what? With who? Once again, with family members. Right? Unless they send them to, here we go, unless, they're going to be quarantined to, I don't want to use the word concentration camp, so let's just try and say a retirement home or some sort of institutional building where they can be kept away from everyone else. But then they're kept with each other. See, this idea, once you put people together in high concentration, you're going to run into problems. So I see hospitals where you have sick and weak people as not as places of healing at a time when we're seeing a rampant increase in the numbers of people coming down with this. Right? Hospitals, bad. Retirement homes, bad. Dwellings, residential dwellings that have a high number of family members, bad. Right? It's going to spread around a lot more. So I'm anticipating, because of the nature of our cultures and then also our institutionalization of many aspects of it, we're going to see a rampant increase. One of the most important topics that I see out there that we can talk about here real quick is prison facilities. Prisons, jails. I talked about this a little the other day. I wanted to get into it some more. We have an interesting article from the BBC. That's the British Broadcasting Company Corporation. Iran temporarily frees 54,000 prisoners as cerveza bug devastates overcrowded jails. Now, this is a woman's prison. They're requiring them to pay a bail, right? In other words, they'll take money and hold it in lieu of your return. So you have to buy your way out temporarily. Now, so you take a jail full of these Iranian women prisoners, and what they've done wrong, I have no idea. Probably cooked the wrong thing for dinner on the wrong day or something ridiculous. It's, I hate to say it, but I'll say it. And I do hate to say this shit because it's ridiculous. When you have a theocracy, any theocracy, they get stupid. Even environmentalism, right, is becoming stupid, isn't it? Isn't it? Right? If you deny climate change, you must be mentally ill. You should be locked up. Oh, if you deny social change, right, to the extent that you have to accept all of their ridiculous ideas, it becomes cult-like. It becomes like a religion of belief, not fact. So what they're dealing with over there, we're going to be dealing with here, right? This ridiculous locking of people up. But they're going to let them out. Now, they've been institutionalized in this woman's prison. That is high concentration of people, right? The inability to make decisions for themselves regarding their health. In other words, they have to mix out of your cells, go eat. I don't know what their shower rules are, but they're interacting with each other. So they're all cross-exposed. If they're having an outbreak within an institutional environment, everyone is now contaminated. And then to do a test with this, apparently they don't have good tests for it. Was it engineered to foil tests? Or is that just a side effect of this particular version of the cerveza bug, right? That it tests very poorly. And so you do a test, and then, what does their test consist of? Thermometer? Right? A coughing test? I have no idea. But they've all been cross-exposed. They know it's a problem with everyone there. They're overcrowded because their theocratic rules make many more people criminals. And so they're going to release them into the general population. Where they already have a problem, they're going to exacerbate it. So let's carry this to the next logical step. Hospitals are going to be full of people who are sick. What are hospitals supposed to do? They're supposed to cure people. They're supposed to help them, right? Treat their illnesses. If hospitals can't do that because they're out of supplies, or if nurses and doctors and other healthcare workers go on strike because they don't have the proper personal protective equipment, PPE equipment, that is masks, gloves, linen, right? Their lab coats and smocks and such. If they don't have the proper protective equipment, will they go on strike? Will they just not come in? Right? Will they quit? Are we going to have a healthcare crisis in our country? My best guess is yes. Yes, we are. It may be regional. It may be sporadic. It may be widespread. As preppers, we need to consider that and understand that. Right? Hospitals. Same with, shall we say, retirement homes. You know, where people have, they're much, shall we say, not just retirement homes, because but retirement home is a big one. But shall we say, critical care, elderly care, where they have a lot more hands-on. I mean, I've been in some of these facilities, and you know, there's already problems with MRSA and other skin diseases, where as we get older, we get weaker and we're more subjected to infection. A lot easier, where patients are immobile and they have to be turned, you know, things like that, where there's a lot more contact, but they're very weak. We're going to see these areas heavily impacted just because of the nature, right, of the ability of the human to fight off illness, and because of the close proximity to others, the density, right, the concentration. Finally, we're talking about institutions. You know, I guess, let me make a quick note here. Okay. It's the institutions that we operate require, to minimize human contact, a concentration of people, to minimize costs, a concentration of people. So that's why hospitals are set up the way they are. It's not a hospital on every street corner. There's one big one and lots of people go there. Same with retirement homes, right? It takes less personnel. It's a lot less expensive to keep people in high concentration. Rest homes, retirement homes, and then we move on to the big enchilada, right? I covered what Iran is doing with their nonviolent, probably theologically political prisoner system that's female. What happens in the male prison population? Unfortunately for the human beings there, and I'm going to refer to them as human beings because I know we go, you know, they're criminals. A lot of them are murderers. A lot of them are rapists. A lot of them are violent, extremely violent. A lot of them are kidnappers, right? They're basically scum. A lot of, you know, and there's a lot of good people that are trapped there that have been framed. That's right, framed. A lot of them who ended up in a situation that was inescapable that resulted in criminal charges, like, let's just say, a guy who was forced to defend himself against somebody else and was convicted, you know, because he was carrying a weapon, did not have a concealed weapons permit and used it, right, and killed a guy. Let's just put that one out there. That way you and I can more easily associate with a percentage of the prison population that has been, shall we say, incarcerated for bad reasons, right? Not a lot of justice there. So they're all mixed together, though. The good, the bad, and the ugly, right? But in prisons, they have a lot of small cells. You know, square footage is at a premium in these real estate locations, right? But the system, institutionalized society, requires high concentrations. Now, they don't have a choice. They can't order their own N95 masks in prison. For the prisoners, they can't, right? So what is going to happen in our prisons? You guessed it. Whether cerveza bug is absolutely deadly or somewhere in the middle, or it's just like a regular flu in prisons because the coronavirus is like, I don't want to go to prison, right? Like prisoners are some tough motherfuckers, and it's not going to affect them because who knows what reason why. But I have a sneaking suspicion that it's going to ravage the prison populations as much as it does any other population. Now, as a prison guard, a worker in an institutionalized system that has a high concentration of people, yeah, a lot of them are going to say, I quit. They're going to go get a doctor's note if they can, and they're going to say, I'm sick. Can't do it, going on vacation, or I quit, right? For those who have 10 years or more, they're going to try and stick it out. For those with less, they may say, you know what? I don't have too much vested in this. I quit, right? It's not worth it for whatever reason. Their belief system, they've seen too much. What is going to happen? What is going to happen to the prison populations? They're going to get it and it's going to spread. What is going to happen to the prison guards or the prisons themselves if prison guards say, hey, look, we're not going to work here anymore. We quit wearing a mask. What if they run out of masks? Will prison guards say, hey, look, that's PPE. That's required. We have a union. You're not going to make us go out there. What kind of changes are they going to make in the prisons? Are they going to leave people locked in their cells? Are they going to send them to sick bay? Can they go to sick bay? Will sick bay be overcrowded? Probably. Are they going to administer them, shall we say, experimental vaccinations to see if they're effective? And will prisoners be allowed to do that? This whole idea that prisoners have no rights, or the idea that prisoners have rights, this battle of ideas, are prisoners going to be made into guinea pigs? That's another question, probably for another video, probably for another channel. But I'm concerned about shit hitting the fan. I'm concerned about cerveza bug and the effects it's going to have on institutional occupations. Prisons being a big one, because you can't do what they're doing in Iran with their theological prisoners, right? They're violators of some food code in the female population. Most of our prisons are full of extremely violent people who are probably pissed off. A lot of them have multiple year sentences, 10 years and more, lifetime sentences. You can't just let these people out, can they? Literally, can they? What are they going to do with them? Are they going to let them die in their cells? That would be horrifying. Are they going to try and treat each cell as its own little medical room? We're already going to have a shortage of healthcare specialists. So the question I have is, where are all the nurses and doctors going to come to deal with the overload of patient care in prisons? Can't pull them out of the regular hospitals because we're going to have our own problems out here with everybody. So you can see that we're at the front of something similar to what China has dealt with, where they said, oh yeah, we're going to build all these hospitals and put up sprung structures or whatever it is they've done. Right? You could convert every closed shopping mall in the United States into a hospital, put a bunch of beds in there, and I guess what they're going to do, go buy camping cots. Right? They're going to put a bunch of beds in there, but who's going to do the treating? Who's going to treat them, care for them? Are we going to rely on retirees coming out of retirement? They may not want to, because they're like, hey, I'm old, right? I'm more susceptible to this and more at risk than everyone else, so why should I get involved? So retirees, out. They're not going to do it. You're going to rely on people that come in and get a couple hours of training. Okay, you put on your stuff here and you put on your stuff there, and you go out and you check temperatures and you talk nice to people. You give them some ice chips. I mean, what are they going to do for them? We're going to have some issues coming up here pretty quick. Italy is already seeing it now. Iran, yeah, they're hip deep in it. You might even say neck deep. But you get to the really scary institutions, prisons, and I'll come back to this again. Prison guards, they're not doctors. Prison guards are there to make a paycheck, right? Because the state offers lots of money, great benefits, a really generous pension and retirement program, and that's why they're there. Nobody wants to work in a prison. It's just not that kind of world. They may say we're not coming in, so what are they going to do? Right? Do they cyanide pill the prisoners? Do they go dig a big old hole? Do they just leave them locked up and abandon ship? I don't know. Or do they let them out? Just open the gates and let the local communities deal with it. What do you think? What do you know? What do you anticipate? Now, in my case, I certainly don't want to see anything that affects the community, right? We have enough shit on our plate already, do we not? Right? So anyone near a local jail in Los Angeles or Las Vegas or Boulder, Colorado, anywhere near, right, a place where there's violent prisoners going to be let out, what are they going to do? Right? They're going to be pretty pissed off. They may be happy to get out, but who knows, right? We're talking about a scenario that has alarming negative consequences. And I'm not looking forward to what those consequences are going to be, right? It's not going to be a pretty world. Now, the mortality rate, let's just say it's not on the high end 3. Let's just say the high end is 5. And so 5% of prisoners in America pass away, right? Well, what about the serious ones that don't get treatment in the prisons? Okay, so now we have 20% of the prison population pass away. The other 80 have normal flu-like symptoms and they get over them and they move on. Our prison population is going to produce a high number of casualties, deaths. Sad as that is that better than releasing them and having a contaminated, highly contaminated, right? Everyone's got it, 100% transference, right? Everyone is infected in a prison population, and then releasing them into the public because, right, it just, nothing good can come of it. And what kills me about all of this is just a few months ago, our world had everything it needed. All the food it needed, all of the housing it needed, all of the everything it needed, because all of the factories were open, right? All of the banks are keeping vacant property at high prices and holding the system up. And, well, yeah, there's a lot of homeless and that was growing, but there are plenty of homes out there. It's just the banks are keeping them and they're holding that stick out there with the carrot on the end of it in front of everyone's face, teasing them, saying, don't you want this? Don't you want this? Right? And governments, everything's fine. They're taking all the tax money in and they're giving themselves big fat retirements for being good government bureaucrats, and they're worried about who's going to win the election so they can make sure their power base is secure. Everyone is all selfish about themselves in a way that's detrimental to others. Right? Everyone was doing great, and all of a sudden, one little tooth is broken off in the machine, right? This little medical tooth, right? A big illness, a big scare, right? Even if it's not an engineered bioweapon, it's a more effective disease. A more effective disease has come along. Great. It doesn't matter if it was bioengineered What matters is, what are the effects going to be? We've seen how systemically it shut down China, and now that caused all kinds of other problems. And we're going to feel the effects of it, right? Like a car hitting a brick wall, hitting a 20-foot thick brick wall. It's not going to go through the wall, in other words. Car hitting a wall at 50 miles an hour, we're going to hit that. It's going to come to a stop instantly. Pow! In the institutional side, right? The institutional side, hospitals, retirement homes, how about drug rehab places, apartment buildings, family homes where there are immigrants there who tend to do, as I discussed earlier, they tend to live in higher density, more families per dwelling, reduces costs. That's part of their culture. They're used to it. They like it, right? They're all going to infect each other. And then, of course, I want to get to this last item, which is law enforcement. Law enforcement, they want to go home to dinner and see their family every night. It's a story I hear all the time. I have a right to go home and eat dinner and be with my family. So do I. So does everybody, right? Are they going to want to perform their duties? Are they going to want to perform their duties as law enforcement in an environment, right, where their institutional duty is dealing with the lowest elements, right, the criminal elements, the people that just don't think quite right? They probably aren't the cleanest, right? They probably are, they got a lot of problems going on, right? Obviously, if they're criminals, most part, the everyday criminals on the street. I'm not talking about the Jeffrey Dahmers and the mass murderers and the drug kingpins that are in prison. I'm talking about your average street criminal, right? Someone who's had too much to drink. Someone who has gotten in a fight, a domestic disturbance. Somebody who's drunk driving. Are police going to want to go and approach those people and expose themselves to being coughed on, sneezed on, spit on, right? Are they going to want to get close to people, have to wrestle and fight them, possibly get bit? You see what I'm saying? Scratched. Have your skin scratched open. You now have a lesion, right? You now have open wound contact with somebody who is probably, definitely exposed to cerveza bug and probably infected with it. Are law enforcement going to want to do their jobs? Much like the prison guard population, who's there for the money. A lot of the cops are like, this is my job. I do this for the money, right? Yada, 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 yada. I have a right to go home at the end of the day. Do they want to take home cerveza bug on themselves and give it to their wives and children? Right? No. No, they're probably not going to respond to calls. They're probably going to see crime and just get on the loudspeaker and say, knock that shit off, or I'll say, knock that shit off again. And then there's schools. Expect schools to just shut down. Grade schools, high schools, colleges, shut down. That is a heavy-duty, highly concentrated institutional system that covers the entire population from age 4 all the way up to age, let's just say 24. So 20 years out of the human life cycle, approximately 33% of a person's life is spent in an educational institution. 25 to 33% of your life is spent in an educational institution. 1/3 of our population is going to be quarantined, or they're going to risk exposure. Think about it. The impacts of cerveza bug are incredibly widespread, wide-ranging, and are going to impact our world more than just business. Right? It's going to be more than just medical. It's going to be more than, why did my Cheetos show up in packaging from 1982? It's going to be a lot. It's going to be widespread, and we're just now getting, shall we say, a taste, an idea. My recommendation, get prepared. Food, water, shelter, clothing, medicine, means of self-defense. Right? Because once again, Joe Six-Pack Cop is going to be like, I ain't coming. You got to take care of things yourself. You're going to have to learn to be fair. You're going to learn to have to assess a threat and deal with it in a just manner. And when I say you need to get prepared, we're already prepared. You have to be. The idea of I can prepare at the last second, that's over. It's done. Right? There might be some items you can get to help top things off, fill the cart, so to speak. But you had best be prepared now. Once again, antibiotics. You bet. Wouldn't it be nice to have a nice cache of antibiotics as well as other over-the-counter medications to help treat flu-like symptoms? Go get them now if you don't have them already. Once again, there's lots of N95 masks apparently, but hospitals are running out. The supply lines are going to get choked down, and they're going to figure it out. They always figure it out. And they always figure it out too late. If there is one thing every government in every history, every nation, every continent, every culture throughout all history, if there's one thing every government has done properly, it is screw up every time. That's the only thing they've ever done. There's moments where they do things right, but by and large, the only thing you can guarantee is that government is going to screw things up. Take a look around, right? They've institutionalized Cerveza-bug, right? Look out. Chance favors the prepared mind. Let's hope yours is. Have an action plan, right? Got to have a plan, an action plan. You're going to have to take action now. Shit has hit the fan. I'll talk to you soon. Godspeed, Semper Fi.
Alrighty, and real quick, I'm gonna show you guys what is what we're dealing with when it comes to coronavirus. And Trap, if you are by chance listening, if you message me, everybody will see it. So, Trap, just a heads up. So anyway, you get these idiots like this, right? Now, this is Prepper Nurse One's Facebook page, right? And you get idiots like this. I'm sick of your negativity. Your show has become the virus channel. When this blows over, and it will, what in the heavens will you talk about? Right? Oh, don't forget the thump 2020 manga, right? And if you wonder why why I automatically do that, right? Because this is what we're dealing with, folks. We're dealing with freaking morons, right, that are making this political. And she said so right here. The media is hyping this to try to take out our president. It's all bullcrap. There you go. That's red team for you, right? Don't care whether or not you live or die. Don't care whether or not your loved ones live or die. Long as their man gets in office, because we all know that is God. Right? Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. That's what we're dealing with. This is the reality. That's what I was talking about earlier, and that's why I had the attitude, and I get upset about it, because we've got these complete freaking idiots, right, that only have one agenda at hand. It's not a good agenda. Not a good agenda. Nonetheless, they don't care about what happens. They don't care about what happens. So, anyway, I just wanted to show you, example of what it is that I'm talking about, what it is that's frustrating me. And this is something that I have been dealing with since the start of this. And we had enough information at the start of this to know that it was serious. Folks, It's going to be a lot about the coronavirus for a while. Plain and simple. For good reason. Yes, the left is trying to hype it up. Yes, they are trying to weaponize it against Trump. Right? But the right is trying to weaponize it against you. Again, I don't care whether you live or die. As long as you get out to vote for their God. That's sick. That's sick. Anyway. Let's see. One moment. I'll grab you guys another video here. Let's see. Got one from BP Earthwatch here titled World Watch When Black Friday Comes.
March the 6th, 2020. Guys, you're looking at something very dangerous. And the reason I say that, CNBC, but the Dow futures are down 774 points. Now, they lost, 900 yesterday? And it's been a downhill slide except for a couple days. And it bounced back up, kind of that dead cat bounce thing. You know what I'm talking about, right? Many of you watched this channel for a long time, and we've talked about the stock market, and we started talking about it again during the trade wars as they started between Trump and China, or the U.S. and China. But this has all got to do with the virus. You got supply chains disrupted, companies going down, you can't get parts, the whole thing. And this is not going to be easily fixed overnight. That's why we're seeing these close to 1,000-point down days. Again, it's going to open it in about an hour, 8:30 p.m. It's 8:30 a.m. It is 7:22 a.m. now. Futures are down 779. This is a shout out to you guys because there's no fixing this anytime soon. Now, I know that a lot of you, like me, you're not invested in the markets. We've talked about that. But everything is related to the banks. If the Dow starts going down, the banks get in trouble. And now they are going to have a bail-in, not a bailout like we did last time. Your money now will be used. If you don't believe me, talk to your banker and talk to him very well. Your money will be used to bail the banks out. It's called a bail-in without your permission. Also, a lot of people have retirement, 401ks, etc., into different funds. And these funds are spread out over very many dangerous areas because these guys have, the only thing they lack is common sense, these traders, because they are bouncing up and down. Nothing is solid anymore. There's no good investments. Oil is dropping. Everything, Dow, S&P, NASDAQ, oil, again, U.S. 10-year. Guys, look at it right here. U.S. 10-year is at 0.7, not even 1 anymore. I remember a few months ago when they said we were going to be in very bad trouble if it ever broke between 2.68. This 10-year bond, if you don't understand what it is, just look it up. But guys, if you've got, again, 401ks, for example, or retirement, then a lot of times you have to be a certain age to get it, or you have to take an early penalty for withdrawal. That early penalty is a lot better than zero, and that's about what you're going to have here. The again, if the banks go down, even though you're not invested 401ks or whatever, but if you live in a world where your check is directly deposited into the bank, I saw this happen as the EU started cracking up. People were locked out of their accounts for up to 30 days. Sometimes they could get $10 a day. This was in France, okay? And the headlines had just changed at the top. Dow set to drop 800 points. Guys, again, to take a penalty for early withdrawal is much better than zero because you're going to need it. And pay very close attention to this. This could be a very nasty Black Friday. But we've seen it every day for the last few weeks, almost every day. Huge drops. The market was nearly at 30,000, so we're at 25,285. Think about that. That's nearly a 5,000 point drop. since we started seeing it slide with the reports coming in. So just be careful. Make sure you know where your money is, that you can get it very quickly, and that you are preparing yourself and your family. It's a heads up. Be safe.
Alrighty. Let's see here. And yeah, but they're still going back and forth on over on his page. I mean, it's ridiculous. It really is truly that ridiculous. We can't base anything on facts anymore. We have to put a political spin on it, and then go with something just totally made up, and all of the important data gets lost or never even discussed, while people just argue out their bullshit stories. You know, I mean, when this first started, I made the comment about this, that the left was going to use this, you know, in some manner. They were going to try to blame Trump for the coronavirus. And they are, however that works. Like I said earlier, has he done some stupid shit? Yeah, real stupid shit. When he said that he thought the fatality rate was more like 1. So his opinion is more important than the numbers, right? Look, this is a virus. It doesn't give a flying fuck who you vote for. Unfortunately, it doesn't, right? Otherwise, I would tell him to get to working on something that would go after registered voters, right? If they're registered to vote, wipe them out, right? You know, it's just how I feel. Yes, last video was BP, the real BP Earthwatch, and here is the link in the chat to his channel. So, let's see. Got one for you. I was going to listen to this earlier and got sidetracked. I wanted to see what kind of unit they're looking at here. It's Survival Dispatch. The video is titled Portable Solar Power System.
Hey guys, John Faulkner here with Survival Dispatch, and with me today, as always, Mr.
The Angry American.
That's it. So we've had a lot of questions with regards to our personal portable solar power systems, and we use personal because this isn't something that you're going to run your house on. This is a small scale down.
Portable being the real key word.
Portable.
Here. Yeah.
So this is my setup, and what we're going to do is I'm going to show you my setup, and then next week we're going to show you Chris's setup. Yep. So it's just one of those things where what we're going to do is we're going to show you the two different ways at which we approach a problem.
Yeah.
And we approached it with, or we solved it with two completely different solutions.
Yes, we did.
So,
but they do the same thing.
Same thing.
Yours is a lot more compact, sleek, and easier to use than mine. I'll be the first to admit that.
So what I did was I went a completely consumer-based product, pretty much. Now there's some pieces you got to plug and play, and I will leave links for everything below. So what I did was I started with a Goal Zero Yeti 400. Fantastic. Goal Zero just makes it almost too easy.
They do.
For people, you know, it's literally an input and then all of your different outputs. And, you know, in this thing, in a power loss situation, I mean, it'll run your refrigerator, most refrigerators for a little while, you know, 300 watt output, I believe.
Really?
Yeah, up to 300. Up to 300 watt max out of the 110. So you can really keep a lot of devices. What I use this for are those short-term intermediate power losses. I have a smaller generator. I can't run my entire house off of it. So we use the smaller generator to run one of the small AC units.
Yep. Little window shaker kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Some of the kitchen appliances so we can keep things going. What I use this for is I will kill the generator at night at times when it cools down, but I'll charge, cell phones and radios and things like that.
Oh, you can run lights off of this too.
Lights,
and you've got some of the Goal Zero lights, don't you?
Yeah, I got them right here.
Okay.
So here's what we have. We have a DeWalt box, and this was kind of the basis of the kit. Because number one, it has these things right here.
Yeah, wheels.
These are called wheels. This is not a light unit. Probably weighs 40, 50 pounds.
Yeah, these AGM batteries, sealed batteries are pretty heavy.
So I put it in a DeWalt box. It's 28 by 12.5 by 12, and pretty much this stuff fits in there like a glove.
Nice.
So it has wheels and it has a telescoping handle. So you can just grab this thing. If you wanted to, you could take it to the park. You could take it onto the beach with you. Anything like that if you're not a survival situation.
Right.
So it's portable. So at the heart of it is like I said, a Goal Zero Yeti 400. And then we just have these are Anderson plugs.
Yep.
But these are made by a company called PowerWorks, POWERWERX, because we all got to spell crap
Yeah,
differently.
they got to be novel.
And these are just, Anderson plugs with gold-plated connectors, so they're not going to corrode on you. And then it has fuses built into it, so if anything were to happen,
I like they fuse both sides too.
Both sides.
I thought was pretty cool, because normally you don't see that.
Yeah,
so.
and then these are just regular, like marine batteries, completely sealed. You don't have to worry about any corrosion leaking out if this thing were to be sitting. And this is like a fantastic kit to put together. If you live like in an apartment in a city where you can't have a generator running, you can throw this whole setup, wheel it into a spare closet, and you don't really have to worry about it.
Yeah.
And then within the box, I throw in 2 of the Goal Zero LED lanterns, and these daisy chain also. So, you can put these up, because usually when you're using this, you have no
power.
lights.
Yeah.
So be able to light a room up really quick. And also within this box, I put just a trickle charger, one of the little like things you put on a lawnmower or a boat or something. Plug it into the wall right outside the closet. Put it on. I have 2 of them.
Hook these batteries up.
Yeah.
What about this thing? Do you trickle charge this as well?
So what I do is I put the charger in there, and every couple of months,
just
plug it in,
let it charge a little bit.
Yeah, and it works really, really well. And then with this, I have the Goal Zero. We just don't have it here today, but it's the standard Goal Zero portable solar panels.
Well, but they have, what are they, 40 watt panels?
40 watts.
And you have 4 of those
4 of them.
for 160 watts to charge this thing, which would be more than enough to charge this. Now, when the panels are hooked to this, it looks like the panels probably come in here, correct?
So the panels come in right here to this input.
Panels come in here. All right, it just said charging port. So, so this, when you set that 160 watt panel up, it'll charge this box plus these 2 batteries.
Because they're all daisy chain. Yeah. And the only thing is you got to remember, these are 3 independent cells.
Yeah.
So that's why I put trickle chargers on these, just to keep them up while they're going. Because you can get an influx in cells. If this one is like 20%, and these are at 80, then it's kind of trying to figure out where to throw power.
It's like water. It's going to find its own level.
Yeah. But I mean, super easy. These literally, you can take these out of the box. You plug them into each side.
And the greatest benefit of this is, during a storm, something like that, you're going to have some power in your house. Like you said, charging your phone, which in this day and age in our life, our phone, everybody has one. We're all connected to it. That's where we get all our information from, a lot of entertainment. But 2, being able to run some lights in your house without having to use open flames like candles or hurricane lanterns, which I like hurricane lanterns, but living in Florida, I hate running them bastards in the summertime. So I'm a big, huge fan of LEDs.
Yeah.
And this is pretty versatile, and especially Goal Zero makes all kinds of other stuff too.
Yeah, that plugs right in.
That plugs right into this thing, and they're a fantastic company. I'm a big fan. And
when the hurricane last came through here, Chris and I sat up all night. Where Chris was, he barely had any cell phone service.
Yeah.
So he could barely get text messages. That was about it. So I was literally sitting on my couch, but we had no power. So what I did was I actually put this next to our wireless router.
And hooked your internet back up?
Plugged my wireless router into it, and like, boom, I had internet. Because we hardly had cell phone service. So like I couldn't send Chris text messages with pictures showing like where the weather was coming through, where it was. And so I plugged my internet router and my route into this thing. Boom, I had internet. I was able to, watch local news and stuff on my phone. I was able to do whatever I wanted to.
Well, and here's another little tip for you guys too. Some folks may not know about this, and I only know that because recently I was talking to a friend of mine. He didn't realize it. On most of the modern smartphones, what John just said when he hooked his router up, you can go into your settings and turn on Wi-Fi calling.
Yeah.
So that during a hurricane, if if cell towers are down, you'd activate Wi-Fi calling, you're now going to talk over your internet router.
Yeah.
And that's a huge benefit. My buddy Tex McBride, who lives in Wyoming, he and I are writing a book together. He has 0 cell service at where he lives in the middle of nowhere. Mm-hmm. And it's been a real pain for me and him to communicate. And finally, I'm like, man, just turn on the Wi-Fi calling on your phone. And he was like, what? He's like, hang on. He comes back. He's like, all right, turn it on. I'm like, well, go home and call me. Crystal clear communications, you know. And again, something like this can extend your communications that way. You know, plug your router in, you got internet again.
Yeah.
You know, cell phone towers can be down, you know, everything can be down, but your internet's pretty robust most of the time.
Yeah.
And
all of
this
our
did a great
internet runs
job.
underground.
Yeah.
So even if all the power lines and everything went down, it's still underground. So it's always there, and as long as it has power.
Yeah, as long as your router has power, and it gives you access to information. And, you know, and during a crisis, be it a blizzard, a hurricane, or whatever, you know, information is pretty valuable. And this is just one more thing something like this can do for you.
Yeah.
Because that's brilliant to plug your router in.
Yeah, so super, you know, pretty small setup here. And you can make it even smaller. I mean, you can unplug the batteries and just use the Goal Zero.
Yeah, and then you just got this.
That's it, you know. So
Just this thing.
So you know, this is a setup that I've had this for quite a few years. Now Goal Zero has like lithium models that are a lot lighter, a lot more condensed. Just technology has advanced,
Sure.
you know, since I bought this thing. But still, for what I need it to do, it's a perfect solution.
Yeah.
And I will say too, you know, like I said, if you live in the city, can't have a generator, things like that, or if you're just trying to have some power in your house without people knowing, this is a silent option.
Absolutely.
So not saying that it's a replacement for a generator, by any means.
No.
Because I'd rather have a generator, you know, a 10,000 watt generator.
I've got a 15
diesel,
at my house.
You know, so I'd much rather have that. But if you're having to stay low key, if you have a small place, this is a fantastic option.
Yeah, to keep ham radios charged. Like you said, you could even run your refrigerator with it if you needed to. You know, when there is no power, a little power goes a long way. So this is a great way to do it. If you're looking for that one-stop option, here it is. Next week we'll do a video on my system, which I built. It's bigger than this. I have bigger batteries in mine. I have a bigger panel. I have 100 watt panel, but I could easily put 200 watts out if I wanted to or whatever. But we'll show that one next week, and it's a lot different take on things. But I've always loved Goal Zero, and I'm probably going to get one of these too. I didn't even realize you could connect external batteries to them.
There you go.
I've looked at their stuff for years.
So guys, if you like this video, make sure you hit the like button, and also make sure you hit that notification bell so that you know every time we go live or when we upload new videos.
Which we're going to do later today.
Yeah. So make sure you hit that bell also. If you got any other questions with regards to portable power supplies like this, feel free to leave the comments below. Also, make sure you check out the Survival Dispatch Insider in the link in the description. Have tons more information in our monthly publication that we do. You can check it out for free for 14 days. So I hope you have a fantastic day. I hope you enjoyed this video. And until next time, be safe.
See you then.
Alrighty, it's a little deeper look into that particular unit. Goal Zero's okay. They make a decent product. However, they are extremely overpriced and extremely overrated. You know, if you can do it, go for it. Whatever. If that brand name means that much to you, by all means, get it. But functionality is what's important to me, and as well as price, because unfortunately, I don't live the kind of lifestyle to where I can just say, oh, well, give me this brand name this and that brand name that, and you don't have to do that, folks. You don't. You know, when it comes to those portable power supplies, which is what I call them, that's what they are. That is a technical term for them, a portable power supply. Not a solar generator, not a solar power system. Solar is nowhere involved in that. Until you hook up a solar panel to it, that unit is in no way involved in solar. So that's why I refuse to use the word solar whatsoever when it comes to those portable power banks, because they're not solar. They're battery. You can use solar to recharge the battery, but they're not solar. That is nice to be able to add on the added batteries. That is a nice feature. The Rockpals unit I have, I can't do that in a direct way, but I can do it in an indirect way. And how do you say that? Well, because you can charge it with a car charger. Okay, that comes included with the portable power bank. So if you hooked up a 12-volt battery to that 12-volt input, it's essentially the same thing as what Goal Zero did with their system, with the exception of their charging system is set up different. You would have to do yours kind of externally. In other words, if you wanted to hook up a battery to it, and to the 12-volt input, but you also wanted to be able to keep that battery maintained, then you would hook your solar panel or other form of energy production to that battery, to the external battery. Okay, so you could do the same thing. It's just a different way around doing it, to where the Goal Zero unit, you plug those batteries into your outlets. When you plug your solar panels into the Goal Zero unit, I'm sure it's going to charge your external batteries as well as the internal at the same time. Again, you can do the same thing just from a different direction with the Rockpals unit. So that's not a a deal breaker by any means. I don't see any advantages of paying all the extra money. I don't. Sorry. Components aren't any different. They're not any better. They're not. We need to come to the understanding in this country that when it comes to electronics and technology, much of it is equal to one another. Okay? Whether you go buy the LG TV or whether you buy the Samsung TV, guess what? The same quality components goes into those two TVs. Okay? No different. You don't get higher quality components because you bought the Samsung. It doesn't work that way. Ask repair techs about the capacitor nightmare. They'll tell you all about it. And it spans all brands, all products, and it's just simply because of bad capacitors, which I'm sure we'll still have to work through many years of. It's frustrating, right? They should have just gotten rid of them and produced good ones, but they didn't. They put them in products. So anyway, just remember that. I hate to have to put these disclaimers all the time, but we get so many people out there that want to push these brands that are just pointless. It's pointless to spend the extra money to get a unit just because of the name that's on it. So keep that in mind. I mean, it's really important topic to me, because it's these, and I'm not saying that Chris or John is this way in any way, shape, or form, but these elitist preppers are a huge threat to the prepping world. They truly are, because they scare people away from prepping. They just destroy prepping. Just the way it is. So just don't be one of those people. And again, I'm not saying that John nor Chris they're not that way whatsoever. I've talked with both of them. They're not that kind of people, but I wanted to put that out there just because of the product that they showcased. I would rather see people spend less money on a portable power bank and put a little more money into something else like food or whatever. So, but again, kind of one of those things. All right, got a video here from Step 1 Survival titled Human Culling from Medical Martial Law. Now, I did watch this earlier, and this guy is dead on with what he's saying. Basically, I'm going to summarize a little bit what he's going to talk about because I'm going to comment on it before I play the video. But, basically, I guess there are people kind of more or less getting on his ass because here he is building bookshelves and doing this and, living his life. And we've got this whole Cerveza bug thing, right? And he's not dedicating his life to the cerveza bug, right? How dare him? He's got the perfect mindset. He's living his life. He's prepped. He's ready. What are you going to do? Go back and count how many bags of dehydrated food you have for the 50th time? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? If you're a prepper, there should be no more worry, no fear right now. This should be okay. Let's start getting these things in motion here. We've been through this. We've made whatever your situation is. Let's just put it into effect, right? Running down the sidewalk, flailing your arms and screaming the end is nigh is not going to help. Not going to help. Well, might help the humor department a little bit, but not going to help the situation any. Folks, live your life. Okay? And when I say that, I'm not saying go out to the movies every night, go out to dinner every night. No, don't do those things right now. Okay? Refrain from those type of things right now. That is how you want to change your life. Okay? But, whatever it is you enjoy doing, you damn well keep doing it. You do it for as long as you possibly can, and you enjoy it as much as you possibly can. Right? It's a blessing given to you. All right? Remember that. It's a blessing given to you. So, anyway, I kind of wanted to comment on it before I play the video, because I get this guy's frustration. I do. I get it. Because I get it coming my way. Whether I really haven't, I haven't had anybody up my ass about the coronavirus and my coverage of it. But I have in the past have had people up my ass about things that I didn't cover, or I didn't cover it in a manner that was, specifically perfection to them, or whatever the case may be. So, and I give them pretty much all the same response. But I get this guy's frustration, when you do stuff like this, when you do stuff on social media, whether it's YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, whatever, Instagram, Pornhub. Oh, wait, that's not social. No, when you do these things on these what? When you do these things on these different platforms, right? You should go into it with the understanding that you're going to have people that no matter what you say, it's not going to be good enough, it's not going to be right, or you're not going to be talking about the right thing, or you're not. It's par for the course. I actually do laugh at Prepper Nurse 1 right now, because he's dealing with a lot of shit, and it's hilarious. It's hilarious. Because I don't find humor in it as a negative towards him. I just find humor in it, right? Because this is society. This is raw, unedited, whatever society. This is it, right? And this is what I look at every day. And this is why I have my attitude that I do about society. Because I see it every day. And, if we ever got to the point to where he's at, I'd disable the comments. Plain and simple. But I run a different ship than what he does. Okay, we're about news, we're about facts, we're about truth. He runs, there's a definite part of entertainment involved in what he does. And I get that, and I respect that to the best of my ability. The only time that I have a major issue is when that entertainment value is more important than facts. Then we've got issues. And unfortunately, a little heavy on the entertainment value for me. But nonetheless, we should all be working together on this. We should be forming online communities. And we are, but there are far more people attacking each other than what there are working together. By far. And it's insane. I mean, I actually saw the founder of the DD12 group put her foot down today. right? Which I'm not a big fan of her, narcissistic bitch. But she had to put her foot down today because of how bad people were going at it with one another. You know, that's our society, folks. That is the society we live in. Right? People don't care if the other dies. They don't care. They really, truly don't. Sad. Anyway, sorry for the lecture. Step 1, survival, human calling from medical martial law.
Good morning, guys, gals. Welcome back to SOS. I didn't know how to start this video this morning. Actually, I've restarted this video about 6 times now and trying to get what I wanted to say right. I don't want to babble. Some folks say that they said go do ramble, you know, because sometimes rambling it makes more sense. And some people say, you know, if I just start talking about stuff, it seems to sink in better than me showing stuff. And I almost did a show and tell this morning. I said, you know what, it's early. And I said, you know what, I could just go to the grocery store and sort of talk about this while I'm going through the grocery store. And I'm grabbing little things like I'm grabbing some extra butter and, you know, little things. And I don't have a big list. And I'm not, some folks say that, you know, yeah, I'm a survivalist channel. And also it's like survivalist prepper sort of thing. But I take you through day in the life, what I'm doing every single day. You know, every single day, this is what I'm doing. This is my therapy. This is what I do to get my mind off everything else. I have to do things to keep my hands busy, okay? And I've reintroduced myself so many times, and I'm not doing it again. This isn't what this video is about. I've explained how this channel started so many times, and I'm not doing it today. The thing is, you know, I've had folks say, "You're a survivalist channel. We should all be freaked out because you're just over here building a bookshelf. You know, Lord save us all." And ridiculous comments like that. You plan on reading a lot of books during the Great Culling? Really? All right. First off, whoever decides to come kill me is really stupid, and they better not interrupt me while I'm reading my book. I'm just saying. I think about stuff like that. Human culling, okay? Human culling. All right. So you create a virus, you know, Chinese, you know, whatever, you know, to cleanse the population, right? To population control, and culling goes into livestock, you know, bring them in and slaughter them. And we look at it like that. It's like the coyote population or something, right? It's like the Great Culling. You know, you're going to have to get this done or this is going to happen. And they're overpopulated. You have to thin them out, thin out the herds. And culling goes into so many different things. And people, I don't think anyone's ever done a SHTF type video, the Great Culling, you know, human culling. I don't do videos where I scare the crap out of people, and I definitely do not do videos, well, you should have known better, and you should have done this, and you probably should have done that, and look at all the things that I have, and I don't have to worry about it. That's not what this is about. There's too much of that stuff going on. There's too much fear and panic. I don't fear. I don't panic. I'm right with the good Lord. If he's going to take me, he's going to take me. That's all there is to it. And yeah, you know, I'm going to spend the rest of my time living. I'm going to spend it, you know, you can be a prepper and have a life. You can be a survivalist and have a life. What is a survivalist? Someone who thinks of every one of the angles and strategically plans for whatever could happen. This isn't prepping. Prepping is different than survivalist, right? And, you know, I've been teaching seer and all kinds of weird stuff for so long that, you know, you think of all the freaking angles. You know, do you have 1,000 rounds per gun in your home? Do you have this? Do you have that? That's stuff. But you got to think of all the other angles. What do I do when I fire my last shot? What am I going to do after that? Well, you should have been using the bow in the first place instead of wasting all your ammo. And I'm not trying to go into movies and stuff. It's reality and training. If you train hard enough, you can do all kinds of stuff. You can do almost anything if you just put your mind to it and train. You're going to have to practice. This isn't something that you just say, you know what, I've had enough beers in me, I think I'm going to start throwing knives now. That's not how this works. It's not how any of it works. And too many folks think that they can just pick it up right away. Well, it's not like that. You're going to have to practice. You should start practicing. And if we're entering into this global pandemic, and I've been getting comments on old videos, medical martial law from like 2 years ago and stuff. This makes sense now. Sippy did pandemic videos years ago. I think like 3-4 years ago. I think she did her first pandemic video. And people are saying that, you know, the comments I'm reading now, people are commenting all of a sudden. It's like on these videos. And I was like, man, these are old videos. Like now they're just now finding these things. We talked about this stuff years ago. And there's no sense to sit and, you know, make fear-mongering videos, panic videos, and all this stuff. It's stuff that happens. It plays out. It plays into fears, and it goes back to what the Nazis did. I mean, it goes back to Gestapo. It goes back to how they control the population with fear. They start throwing numbers out there. Are those numbers accurate? How do you know those numbers are accurate? How do you know? And this isn't the flu. This is a type of respiratory infection that can be carried in the body for weeks. Okay, it's not like the flu or anything. It can be carried in the body for weeks. I mean, so they can, you know, if this was all some sort of conspiracy and planned, there's a lot of folks mentioning a lot of different things, and I'm just trying to touch base on each one of them instead of replying to all the comments over and over and over and over. It gets hard to catch up and play every single little comment. So I just try to base it all in one thing. If it is something like that, I mean, the carrier's not going to know that they have it for, you know, a few weeks, possibly. I don't think anyone really has the data on any of that stuff either. So there you go. And if it plays into that, then it plays into that. And I've went as far as the things that Sippy and I need. I'm getting ready to head to the store and grab a few items, and it was, so that was part of another conversation that Sippy and I kind of have. That it's like, well, what would we want more of if we ended up having to stay bugged in, for whatever reason? You can't go outside for whatever reason. If it really got that bad, then I'm definitely, I'm not that channel. It's going to be like, well, you should have prepared. I've been doing this so long that, I get to think, well, how much rice do I have? How much of this do I have? How much of that do I have? And, how many buckets of this and how many buckets of that? I don't have to sit there and go, well, I better go buy the whole store out of rice right now. I'm not that, we're not at that level. It's somebody else probably is. They're going to go buy the whole, they're going to panic buy. And I got my tax return. I think I'm going to go buy the whole store out of rice. For me, I would like to have a couple more packs of butter, and I was thinking maybe a couple more packs of cheese. I got to make it to through the summer at least. I want to make sure I can make it through the summer, and it's little things like kids shampoo. You know what I mean? That's the kind of stuff that I'm not trying to point that out or anything. It's just that's where we're at. That's the kind of stuff I'm trying to figure out. I'm not sitting here looking for the bulk items of craziness. It's just not like that. Survivalist, if you've been doing it for a while, you've been thinking of every angle. You've already planted caches throughout multiple counties, and you're prepared for routes to take and things like that. I am trying to upgrade the comm system in the truck. And I need to quiet that thing down. It's a bit too loud, but I don't like that. It does sound cool, but it's just I need an infrared camera too. That's another video I need to make. I need some infrared. I I'd like to be able to roll at night and stuff. There's a lot of things I'd like to do, and I want to take folks through stuff like that. I'm getting off subject. I'm rambling again. Folks say they like it when I ramble, though. But a lot of these comments, if you go into medical martial law, and I'm using the example in one of my older videos about vaccinations and things like that, how they could force vaccinations on folks. Well, that's that, and you could force quarantine. You could force a lot of different things. And when I say martial law, then you have every single swinging Richard commenting, there's no way that they could do martial law over the entire United States. With enough coordination, if you got to look at the numbers of every single thing. You can't just look at the numbers of one group, one organization. And with cameras, there is control. It's like a giant God's eye worked with a God's virus. It works just like that. I don't think people ever see the big picture. They all see this one angle. Well, military, that's it. Okay. All right, cool, man. You thought of that. What about everybody else? What's everybody else going to do? Sit on their hands while this is going on? There's cameras. If there's cameras, there's control. Hey, so-and-so just left out the east gate. You know what I mean? You would know exactly. Radios, you can't outrun them. There's so many things that this falls into. Amber Alerts. I know it's affiliated with something totally different. I've mentioned that several times, how fast an email goes out from a congressperson. Someone in Congress could put out an email or a mass text message to everyone to answer, reply yes or no to something. We're at another level now. There's satellite imagery. You can pinpoint, and I'm not saying this is a Patriot game, but you could pinpoint accurately, pick out individuals and know exactly where they are. If you don't think that someone hasn't set up long hours at night and drank a lot of coffee and sat at a round table with a group of people that could work with United Nations, I'm just saying, someone has already thought of it and they have that all figured out. And there's too many folks out there that I don't know. They just don't see all of it. That's the difference between survivalist and your just prepper Joe. Just Joe the prepper. Billy the prepper. Phil the prepper, Bob the prepper, whoever it is. Anyway, you got to think of every single angle, and you'll have to get in some sort of mindset like that. But like I said, I'm not going to sit here and panic about it. There's no reason to panic. Everyone needs to calm down. And if everyone gets issued a control number and card or whatever it is for you to be in your area, well, then that's just what's happened. And there's no escape. There's probably no bugging out. You could run to the hills, and then there's only a matter of time they start getting marshals involved and all kinds of weird stuff. And at some point, some way, I'm just saying. And if this is some sort of, and I highly doubt there's going to be a human culling. I highly doubt that's ever going to happen. But time will tell, right? They already have robotic tanks. I mean, they have unmanned tanks, unmanned drones for water, and all kinds of weird stuff. But that's when you start getting into crazy science fiction and stuff. But this is things I think about, okay? So don't shoot the messenger here. Some folks enjoy these little crazy sidewinder things, and then some folks don't. If this sort of thing caused like a financial collapse and things like that, you really have to start looking at all the angles of weird stuff like that too. Because grid down, water's down. If people start getting sick and then they're afraid to go to work, right? And then the system, the machine shuts off. The machine being our daily lives, everything that functions, your power, your water, all that crap. You know, trash guy doesn't come pick up your trash anymore. I don't have a trash guy, but that's what happens when you live way out in the sticks anyways, but I don't have a trash guy. So I got to deal with that stuff already. I'll have my own problems to deal with. Anyways, what we do with all these bodies? Well, they shouldn't have broke in. Anyway, so think about all that, and then if that happens, what do you do next? And where do you see yourself at that point? Are you going to have to embark on excursions? Are you going to have to go out in the city and scout? Are you going to have to bring back medical supplies and stuff like that? That's if everything wakes up like Stephen King's The Stand, right? What'd they do? They had to go into the city and start figuring out ways to turn the power back on and stuff like that. If you get to thinking about that. And then there's the Wuhan virus or whatever. I mentioned it the other day to Team Foco, and I thought it was kind of funny. That book popped right in my head as soon as I saw his comment there. I was like, you know what? You remember it was Dean Koontz. Dean Koontz wrote a book back in I think '81. It was on the Wuhan virus. That is almost it. It was weird because they combated it, and then all of a sudden, what was it like years? It was years later. I can't really remember. The book was written in '81. Okay. I have a lot of books from the 80s that are really good. So combatant it, and then it died out, and then it came back like full scale and just started killing everybody. You know, it's just like this SARS, and then you know it went away. It was like back in '03 and stuff, and everybody just kind of forgot about it. And that was a form of coronavirus. And now look at it, boom, like. What's going on? Now there's death tolls. What happened? It's just, and everything's starting to sound like that Dean Koontz book. It's weird. Anyways, this is my crazy. I should have worn my tinfoil hat, but I forgot. And this is my crazy. Don't panic. Don't be scared. Don't be freaking out. And don't hate the messenger. Don't kill the messenger. I just want to keep you guys informed with ideas, fresh ideas, and give you something to think about and really focus on. And trusting people is going to be hard and things like that. There's so many topics, you know. There's so many comments I've received that just make these massive amount of, you know. I didn't want to do anything real long today, but I apologize. I don't want to scare anybody, but I want to give you some food for thought and stuff you can conversate with your friends with. All right. God bless you guys. I love you, and take care and try to have a beautiful day. All right. God bless.
The United States of America right now has the world's highest fatality rate for COVID-19, and you are being told by your politicians, by your media, that everything's okay. There's nothing to worry about. Go to work. Hey, go to work if you're sick. It doesn't matter. This is showing you that your life means less to those in power than the economy. According to new reports, the U.S. has the world's highest case fatality rate based on the ratio of confirmed deaths to reported cases. 5.4% of those patients have died. Only in the Philippines does it have a higher CFR than the U.S., and that's because there are just 3 cases. This is the most frightening disease that I have ever seen. Remember that there are source links down in the first pinned comment. When you share this video with other people, make sure that they know that there are source links to every ounce of this information that they can go and research themselves. This is the most frightening disease that I've ever encountered in my career. That's according to Richard Hatchett, Chief Executive Officer of the Coalition of Epidemic Preparedness Innovations. Previously, he worked under the White House under Bush and Obama. 60 from a Boston hotel, 60 individuals, 60 citizens in your country right now are being convoyed from a Boston hotel to a hospital. They're likely there at the time that you see this. Dozens of people are making their way from a hotel to Brigham and Women's Hospital. Streets are being closed. There are police convoys. They're shutting down the entire area so that these people can be brought there. It's not clear, they say, exactly how many people, except they're noting that there are at least 60. The new cases stem from a recent Biogen conference, which is interesting in its own right. This is a rapidly evolving situation, that's according to the Boston mayor. France, the country of France, is going to close all nurseries and all schools for 15 days from Monday in the two areas that are hit most by this infectious outbreak. They stopped short during a press conference of raising the emergency response to the level 3 or phase 3 section. We're still in phase 2, they say. The virus is circulating, but it's not everywhere in the country. And that's what we see in the United States right now. It's circulating. It is rampant in Washington, rampant outbreak in California, rampant outbreak but not tested in Florida. And you have to question why these states will go against CDC guidelines and say, you know what, we're not going to test unless they fall under different criteria. Why? Because of the economy, because they don't want to stop tourism, they don't want to stop people from going to work. You have petitions all over the country right now of parents saying, close down the schools. Great, the case fatality rate is low in children. That's awesome. We couldn't ask for more as parents personally and as a society. But those children are going home and taking it to their grandparents, and those grandparents at 80 years and older have a 15% rate of dying. You have 6 numbers on a 6-sided die. You've seen the die, you throw it, has between 1 and 6. That means your chances of calling that number and rolling it are about 15 to 20%. So a grandparent, an 80-year-old, has the same chance of dying if they catch this from their grandchild as if they rolled a dice. Is that what you want to see happen to your grandparents or your parents? As soon as you get over 40, the case fatality rate goes up. As soon as you get up 50, goes higher. 60, even higher. 70, now we're getting dangerous, 8%. 80 years and older, over 15%. We cannot let politicians, we cannot let the media say that this is okay. We can't let that become the new normal while we stand in a position as a society and as people to make changes that can lessen the effect and the severity of this outbreak. South by Southwest, for the first time in 34 years, will not be taking place. It was canceled for the first time in over 30 years. The annual Tech, Film, and Music Conference, which is held in Austin, Texas, has been canceled. And why? Because finally people said, you're letting it go on, and I'm going to hold you liable. I'm going to sue you if I go there and get sick and bring it home to my grandparents or bring it home to my children or my family, and then you're liable for it. So they said, hold on a second, because at the end of the day, the most important thing to them is money. You had $1,500 ticket holders, $5,000 ticket holders. They decided to cancel it. And yet you're being told that everything is okay. There's this rush of media right now saying, and this is the people that the White House put into place to give information, disseminate information to the public, say, look, it's okay. The case fatality rate might be 1% because we don't know how many people are infected. And yet that's the same people that decided not to adopt the World Health Organization's testing kit, not to adopt China and South Korea's testing kit, the same exact people who are making sure that only hundreds of people or thousands of people are tested in a country of 300 million are saying we don't know how many people are sick, so it might be okay. We have to start to question what is happening, and we as a society have to look at the future and say, I need to protect myself, my family, my grandchildren, and my grandparents. The first thing that you can do is gather information. Gather it from all sources. Take it from little known sources all the way up to the CDC and the World Health Organization. And with each bit of information, you're going to get a piece of a puzzle. And that puzzle is one that only you as an individual can put together. And you have to take all of those pieces and see what fits the most. If at the end of the day it looks like a mosaic and that mosaic builds a picture of a very dangerous outbreak, one that threatens you and your family, you have to say, okay, then I'm going to take it seriously. I'm going to make sure that my pantry is stocked. You're going to make sure that you have rice, flour, sugar, honey, canned vegetables, canned fruit, and canned meat. And with those things, you create a buffer. You create your own fire break around a wildfire. And with that fire break, you can rest a little bit easier because you can say, it's okay. If I get sick, if someone in the household gets sick, if they lay off everybody at work or tell everyone to stay home or they send the kids home, it's okay because I won't have to rush out to the store in the midst of an ongoing outbreak that will threaten myself or my family or make things worse or increase my viral load. And I can rest a little bit easier because I have enough food. Next, you need to make sure that you have over-the-counter medicine. Make sure you have your things like Tylenol, which is now on the shorted drug list. Now you're not going to be able to get your Tylenol. Why? Because China and India are the major countries that we get all of our medicine from. Very few raw ingredients are developed and brought to you here in the United States. They're all overseas. So China and India both are withholding those because they're experiencing their own shortages. Now you're not going to get your fever reduction medication. You're not going to get your high blood pressure medication, your cholesterol lowering medication, your heart medication. Each of these things is going to have a rippling effect on the entire world. So today, go out and get your over-the-counter medication. And I don't suggest you actually go into a store. I don't think putting yourself at unnecessary risk is a good thing. I suggest you go to Amazon, you go to Walmart, you go to Target.com, use those shipping to home services, and make sure that you have those things delivered to you. Please, if you want to look at a list that we have put together, Kelly works every single day, a couple of times a day. We put a list together from personal protective gear down to medication, down to things that you can do during the event so that you can check your vitals, blood pressure, pulse oximeter, thermometers. She makes a list and puts it in the first pinned comment of every video here. She makes sure that it's updated. You have to kind of watch out because those price gougers on Amazon or anywhere, they can go and change that price in a moment's notice. So we have seen like the alcohol. At first she had a 4-pack of alcohol, rubbing alcohol on there, and it was going for like $8, $10, then $30. So you have to make good decisions yourself. Price gouging is happening, but if you need a list to go off of, go look at that list. And if you don't find it there, take the item and go find it somewhere else. Let's continue with the stories today. An additional 11 cases were now confirmed in New York for a total of 44. We are seeing, New York saw a 50% increase in cases. We're seeing exponential growth in Washington, California, and New York. Where else is it happening? You can bet that it's happening in other states of the United States of America. It's happening in some areas of Canada. And this is going to continue until the outbreak finally puts a strain on the healthcare system and you see a real skyrocketing of the death rate. That has to happen because we only have 77,000 ICU beds in the entire country of the USA. If 1 in 5 people of 300 million need an ICU bed, you are going to quickly run out of the ability, the capabilities to help these people. There's not enough oxygen tanks, there's not enough ventilators, and there's not enough nurses. We've already seen nurses and firefighters, EMTs, and police being put on quarantine. As soon as that continues to happen, now you don't have enough nurses that are trained to hook up that ventilator. You don't have enough nurses who will go into a dangerous hospital because they're not given the right protective gear. They're going to no longer go to work, and you're going to find yourself without the ability to get health care. That is the most dangerous thing that we can look at in the future of this disease. Israel is considering barring all citizens of the United States of America from entering their country. Why? Because the USA has the highest death rate of the entire world right now for positive cases. Israel on Friday was reportedly considering barring entry to all citizens in a number of additional countries, they say. Students in Florida and Alabama that spent considerable time with a positive Georgia student are under quarantine after specialists warn that their time of exposure gives them ample time to get infected. Then they went to school, they went to events, they spent time with other people. And just like that guy in Washington who was a vendor at a stadium, they're going to go and infect other people. And we are going to see an explosion of cases here in the next couple of days. Supermarkets are casting doubt on the minister's claim of a food supply chain. Supermarkets have casted a doubt on an assurance from the health secretary that food supplies will not be disrupted by this outbreak. They're saying it absolutely will. We live in a just-in-time delivery system. That means that by the time that something is out of stock, they reorder it, it comes again. By the time it hits that shelf, it's gone. It's already expected to be sold. They do this so they don't have to hold on to inventory, but the entire world has been brought up economically by this standard. And through this standard, no one has stores. That's why individuals don't have a pantry of food. It takes my family of 4 30 days to go through 2 25-pound bags of rice. Right now, rice is limited. You're seeing stores all over the place. Home Depot is limiting goods. Walmart is limiting goods. Target is limiting goods. Sam's Club is limiting goods. Kohl's is limiting goods. That's just in the USA. You're seeing it in other countries as well. Right now, you can go buy 20 pounds of rice on Walmart for around $8. I sent a friend the link yesterday. Sam's Club is out of stock. Other places out of stock. But today you can go purchase it and have it delivered to your home. It takes my family of 4 people, 2 adults and 2 children, 30 days to go through 50 pounds of rice. So for $25, you'll have enough rice to last you 30 days. For 4 people, if you're one person, you got 4 months worth. Make sure you have canned food and fruits and other things to go into it. Make sure you get a multivitamin to go into it. Multivitamins are down in the list. He added that pasta, rice, all of those things are flying off the shelf. Remember guys, all of these source links are in the description box below. You have to watch what is going to happen in the next 72 hours. Me, as a family, as a head of household, in the preparedness community, I take these things in 72-hour stretches. I mark down the major events that have happened and I look at the next 72 hours. And by the time that next 72 hours comes, if things have shifted dramatically positively or negatively, I adjust myself accordingly. You have to look at things similarly. Watch for big events to take place and then say, okay, are we better off than we were 3 days ago or are we worse off? Every 3 days so far, we have been worse off. The only positive thing that has come out of this is the case fatality rate of those under 18 years old. So that means that me as a father, my wife as a mother, we don't have to be as concerned for our children's case fatality rate. Sure, there's underlying conditions, and that means that anybody can get a severe disease right now because it's literally 1 in 20 have to go to the ICU. So if that ICU bed's not available, that means everybody is in trouble. But I can rest a little bit easier. That's a little bit of positive news. The bad news is that my parents are in a real bad age bracket. Everybody's grandparents, real bad age bracket. That means they are literally rolling the dice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever number they called, they might die. We have to take this seriously and we have to look at the future. If you don't do that, we will have no good future. Guys, a special thank you to each one of you for being here and for supporting my family and just being a member of this community. Make sure you leave a comment in the comment box, share ideas and things with other people. We have a great community building on patreon.com/full spectrum survival. It starts at $1 and then at $10 a month, we send out physical survival cards each and every month. Today, I just finished the newsletter, which we're going to begin printing and folding up and getting it ready to go out. It's covering this entire disease and what you can do at home to prevent, treat, and care for those that are ill. If you have $10, go spend it first on your rice, over-the-counter medication, vital signs, things that you can do to help yourself. If you still want to join what we do and have us send that out to you, patreon.com/full spectrum survival. Please leave a comment for us here, subscribe, and hit that alert icon. This week's Full Spectrum News is also brought to us in part by USABerkeyFilters.com. Make sure you use the code FSS10. You're going to get 10% off of your order. We use our Berkey every day. It filters out viruses. PowerTac, POWERTAC.com. I use their flashlights. They are military and police grade flashlights for civilian purchase. They gave us a really special coupon right now, FSS40. You get 40% off of their entire line. I'm using one of what I consider their big boy lights right now, and it is a full hand light. And it lights up the backyard, lights up the field, lights up whatever you're looking at, because if someone's rummaging through my packages, which are left out to decontaminate, I want to see who it is. And surviveware.com. You can use their website or the Amazon links below. Full SS10 gets you 10% off of first aid kits that are built for the homesteading, preparedness, and off-grid community. Guys, from my family to yours, please stay safe.
Bear with me just a moment, grabbing your video.
I'm going to drop this down a little bit, make it a little easier to center. Hello everyone. Today is the 6th of March, 2020, and it's interesting how, even though I don't want to, I end up having to make these videos. Hello everyone as you come in. Hello, hello. Welcome. You know, I don't know how many of you have been listening to Monograph and his coding and decoding work with what he is anticipating to be some major developments starting this Monday and continuing on through April about the 19th or 20th. Now, a lot of people say he's crazy, and a lot of people say, you know, he's going nuts because of all the things that are going on. Like Joe Duff there saying, Monty's out there. I want to just say that Monty is extremely intelligent, as I've said. He puts things together better than most people, and sometimes it does sound crazy. But you know, the prophets of old were considered to be crazy. So I wouldn't totally dismiss what he's saying right now. I'm not certain that his conclusions are correct. He's looking through a glass darkly. He calls himself a remote viewer. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but he's been pretty good with some things. And he's pulling out these codes from the New World Order, which is the Old World Order, and the elites and the Illuminati, etc. And I don't think that he's too far off. I think his lamenting, his concern that this is the end of things is probably too far. What am I talking about? Well, you can see I've titled this video, The Tunnels of the Elite, the catastrophe in the tunnels of the elite, because I wanted to directly address what he's saying. And I'm not saying he's wrong. God bless Monty for having the courage to bring these things out, even though he may not fully understand the end result. I'm not saying he doesn't, but he's not talking about that. I am going to talk about that now. Isn't it interesting that Trump has kept us busy with hopes, with hopium, saying he's going to do things and then using every excuse in the world to keep from doing the things that could save our republic and maybe even the world? Concentrating on the financial aspects, but forgetting totally about the perfect law of liberty. And a lot of you won't want me to be saying that. But that's essentially what's been happening. He's had 3 years with the help of things like Q and the cheerleaders in the Republican Party, people like Sean Hannity, Sarah Carter, Dan Bongino, on and on and on, giving him every excuse in the book for not being able to do what he said he was going to do. And if you listen to Mark Pantano, which I have suggested that you do, you would understand what I'm talking about, especially on the situation on illegal immigration and immigration as a whole. But that's not the only thing. You know, we have this peace thing going on with Afghanistan, and no sooner was it signed than we bombed a group of Taliban because they supposedly attacked Sheriff of YouTube. You know, I'm going to get rid of you next time I can. I can't do it on here, but I'm going to get rid of you. You're obviously a troll, probably a government infraguard crypto warrior, cyber warrior, because you're the one that doesn't make any sense, and that's all I'm going to say about you. But you're gone next time I have a chance. As a matter of fact, if there's a mod here, and if you want to throw Sheriff of YouTube out of here, you got my blessings, okay? I doubt there are any mods on here right now because this is a weird time for me to be doing this. Okay, back on the subject matter. I won't let him get me off course again. So we've had all of these things, all this put off. Sessions is going to do it. This person's going to do it. Barr is in now, and he's going to do it. And the only people, and then Durham, right? And now everything is being put off. Thanks, tinfoil hat. Everything's being put off until spring. Remember, Barr said, well, we're not going to expect a report from Durham until late spring or early summer. Apparently, Trump has said that the coronavirus won't matter after April. Okay, even Monty pointed that out. What is this thing with everything being pushed to this summer, this late spring or summer? Well, I'm not certain, but I'm not impressed with Trump, and I consider him to have been just what I thought, a placebo to keep us all pleased and happy, believing that things are going to happen with the help of all the conservative cheerleading. And I'm not going to name any other names. I could name a whole lot that I'm very disappointed in, but not surprised, even in the alternative media, who have given him every excuse in the book. This thing with the district courts is explained very well by Mark Pantano. The federal district courts were created by Congress. They are not, the president is not subject to them. But at any rate. So Monty has been talking about, this event that's going to happen starting in March 9th on Monday, and then continue on with possibly some type of an impact in the Atlantic Ocean in April. Whether it's done by a nuclear weapon or an asteroid, doesn't really matter. The point is that some sort of event's going to happen there. Now, these things have been predicted in a lot of places. Okay, you've seen the illustrations with the big tidal wave hitting New York, and you've had the movies and the books and all that about these different types of catastrophes. I'm not relying on those from what I'm going to talk about here. I do want to address what Monty said and his concerns because I believe that they're correct. Again, what I differ with him on is the outcome. So, right up front, I want to read a few things to you. And this is out of the Bible. Those of you who don't want to hear it, please go away. I think you'll be making a big mistake if you do. But go ahead and go away if you want. I've talked to you about Isaiah. You know that these elites are, a lot of people are saying, well, how come all of these CEOs are resigning and leaving their companies? Because they're going away to get ready for what's about ready to happen, okay? They're getting ready to get away from this thing that's happening. They're fleeing to these bunkers, to these islands of refuge, these redoubts. And as Monty said, and I've seen that, I was there when they started the construction on the underground tunnel system there under the Denver International Airport. I remember that. I remember seeing it and knowing exactly what was going on. So that's where they're going to hide, okay? That's where they think they're going to be safe. Let me read you some things. This is out of Isaiah. Remember, I consider the Bible to be a playbook for the evil and the good. And I consider Isaiah, Yeshayahu is how you say it in Hebrew, I consider him to be the real deal. Him and Daniel and Ezekiel primarily, and Malachi, and there's some others, but those are the ones I really go to a lot. Now, even Jesus is quoted as having said, "Greater the words of Isaiah." Okay. Let me read you a few things. I'm going to be reading, for those of you who want to follow along, Isaiah 2:19, Isaiah 2:21. Isaiah 7:19, and Isaiah 57:5. And after I read these, I'm going to tell you what they're talking about. Let's start with 2:19. And actually, I'm going to start just a few verses before that. I'm going to actually start at verse 17, but I pointed out the important ones about this thing about tunnels and holes in the rocks. Listen. Verse 17, this is Isaiah 2, verse 17. I'm going to read through, 22. I think I'll read that far. And the loftiness of man shall be bowed down, and the haughtiness of men shall be made low, and the Lord alone shall be exalted in that day. And the idols he shall utterly abolish. And they shall go, listen to this, and they shall go into the holes of the rocks and into the caves of the earth, for fear of the Lord and for the glory of his majesty, when he ariseth to shake terribly the earth. In that day a man shall cast his idols of silver and his idols of gold, which they made each one for himself to worship. This is the elite. To the moles and to the bats. Ooh, this is very important. Consider the locusts and all that that's been happening in Egypt today and in Saudi Arabia. To go into the clefts of the rocks and into the tops of the ragged rocks, for fear of the Lord and for the glory of his majesty, when he ariseth to shake terribly the earth. Cease ye from man, stop worrying about these idiots, whose breath is in their nostrils, for wherein is he counted of? Okay, that's 219, concentrating on 219 and going through 221, okay, because I mentioned both of those. 219 and 221. Why did I raise those in particular? Because of the phrases holes in the rocks. Now let's go to Isaiah 7:19. In 7:19, that's the major verse, but I'm going to start a little ahead of that, okay? And let's start at, and a lot will be aware of this because this particular chapter is considered to be the prophecy of Jesus being born, being called Emmanuel up. But I'm skipping down from that, and I want to go to this. Let's start at verse 18. And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall hiss for the fly. Whoa. What were flies in the days of ancient Egypt? Mosquitoes, and of course locusts come into it, these different plagues. So let's read this. This is about what's going to happen in our day. You can see it in Saudi Arabia, and these things are going to show up in another place. Okay? They're going to show up in another place where these elites are going to hide. They think they're going to be safe. And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall hiss for the fly that is in the uttermost part of the rivers of Egypt, and for the bee that is in the land of Assyria. And they shall come and shall rest all of them in the desolate valleys and in the holes of the rocks where these people are hiding, and upon all the thorns and upon all the bushes. In that same day shall the Lord shave with a razor that is hired, namely by them beyond the river, by the king of Assyria, the head and the hair of the feet, and it shall also consume the beard. You can read the rest of that chapter, okay? I want to explain what's happening here. Let's go to the Hebrew. This is going to fascinate you. In Isaiah 2:19 and 2:20, the word for hole means is sur. It means a cliff, a rock, or a boulder. In those two verses, 2:19 and 2:21, the word for hole is makalra. Get what this is. It's a cavern. It's a cave. It's a den. Now let's go to Isaiah 7:19 and 57:5. The word there for hole, for rocks, is silah, and it means a stronghold or a fortress. You see, something that's built as a stronghold or a fortress. Another word is nokek, and it means literally to bore. To bore. In other words, a man-made boring. What are they doing in these tunnels? They're boring. How did Isaiah know that? Another word that they use there, in Isaiah 42:22, I believe. Let me go look that up. Okay, I want to read that because I missed that one apparently. 42:22. I believe this is the one where they talked about taking the children and sacrificing them. Remember all these pedophiles? 42, 22. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. Oh, it's not 22. What? I can't even read my own handwriting sometimes. Maybe it's 27. Let me see here. 42. It must be 12. Yeah, well, I don't know why I do that. I can't even read my own handwriting sometimes. The point is that there's another word for this hole in the rock, and it's core. That's in the Hebrew, core. And it means a cavity, a den, or a cave. And again, to bore, to bore. Man-made, in other words. And then finally, that comes from the root, which is kur, which is a crevice of a serpent. So the root word for core, which is a cavity or a cave that's been bored, the root for that is kur, which is a crevice of a serpent, a cell of a prison. There's another verse in Isaiah, and it says that these people that go hide in these places will beg that the rocks come in and bury them. Why? That's a cell for a serpent. That's their prison. They're going to die in there. So what's happening here? These people are building these redoubts, these tunnels and systems, thinking it's going to save them from what's coming. That they're creating. Remember I said almost every disaster that happens to mankind is caused by mankind. It's not that God causes it. It's just that God sees what's happening and he's going to use it to his advantage. And this is one of them. So they're out there building these tunnels. And you might ask, well, Roy, why are you telling them? Why, they'll take some corrective action. They won't do this. Oh, no. You think they're listening to me? No. You're listening to me. Your heart and your mind is saying this is something important. What Monty has said is important. He just doesn't see the end result. This will end up destroying about a third of mankind, which very much saddens me. So many good men, women, and children. But by the same token, it's going to be mostly the people that don't have the Spirit of God in their heart and their mind. So, God's going to be the judge in this. You've got to take care of yourself as best you can. But these people that are going into these bored holes in the rocks to get away from this, the rocks, they're going to be infested with bats, moles, locusts, spiders. Something in that regard is going to happen in those tunnels, and they're going to wish they were dead and then beg that those things would fall in on them. Thus saith the Lord, not me. I was wondering whether I should come on and do this at this time of the morning because so much is getting ready to happen. People want to go listen to Alex Jones, and you got Dan Bongino and all these. Remember, these people are going into places that were prophesied that they would make, that they would bore these caves in the rocks on their own. These are their creation, and they will be destroyed in them in the end. Yeah, well, it was like on Epstein's Island. Somebody's asking me about the kids in the caves and the tunnels up there in Washington State or wherever it was. Yeah, well, look at the Epstein Island. We know that they were doing this stuff down below the surface of the earth in these dungeons, basically, because they think God can't see them there. Okay, that's all I have. I want you to go and look. And if you have a Strong's Concordance and a Gesenius, I've showed you these before. Strong's Concordance gives you every word that's used in the King James Version and in the English, and then gives you the Hebrew word itself, and then you can go look it up for yourself. You don't have to take my word for it, okay? Get that, and then get a Gesenius. If you don't already have one, that's the Hebrew lexicon, and you can go in there and you can decipher the meanings of the words even better. But basically it comes down to that these holes in the rocks that Isaiah is talking about in Isaiah 2:19, 2:21, 7:19, 57:5, and in the one that I've misnumbered here about having taken the children of the clefts of the rocks and killing them there, is all talking about places that they have created. They are man-made caves. Okay? That's what they are. All glory to God. I'll say that today. What am I going to say? You know, we don't know what the absolute truth is here. We can't, because what we're discovering is what's in our own heart, who we really are. So everything is being made right now to put us off guard. The elites, including Trump, I've now decided, have been trying to placate us and keep us busy and all these other things so that they can finish their work in the 5G, in the coronavirus, probably the mutations, I don't know. But certainly these other events that they're planning, starting possibly, I think Monty's probably right, starting next week and going on through into April and in the summer. Possibly. Very possible. All right. This is the time of the great deception. Remember, even in the New Testament, it talks about that. It says, and the Lord shall send them strong delusion that they believe a lie. Do I know the absolute answer? Oh, no. No. But I'm balancing what I'm seeing with my good friend Isaiah, Yeshayahu. And of course, the man that you would know as Jesus Christ, Yeshua HaMashiach, or some people say Yeshua HaMashiach. The real name is Yehoshua. His real name was Joshua. Jesus is the Greek version. His real name was Joshua, like the Joshua of old, who worked with Moses. That's his messianic name. His actual name in everyday life, most likely, was Joseph, with the nickname of Yossi. And he was the Tacheb. He was the great restorer, who said, take his name upon you and become like him. He didn't even want you to worship him. He said, worship God. Right? But that's all details. The most important thing, love neighbor as thyself, and love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, mind, and strength. That's number one, love thy neighbor as thyself. I've said it before. Rabbi Hillel, about 50 to 100 years before Jesus, said, when a student asked him if he could explain the whole of the law, as the student stood on one leg, and Hillel said, that's easy. Do not that which you hate to your neighbor. Then about 50 to 100 years later, Jesus said the same thing, but he said, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. The two great commandments upon which all of the law and the prophets are built are love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, might, mind, and strength, and thy neighbor as thyself. That's the whole of the law and the commandments. You don't need to be involved in all the legalese. You just abide your life in those two things. We're going down, ladies and gentlemen. This is it, I think. I think Monty's got it right. They've got to take it down, like we've been saying. They have to destroy everything to try to keep their power, but it's going to backfire on them in the end. A lot of us are going to suffer through this. Just be prepared in your heart and your mind. As Monty said, get right with God. I've even heard Alex Jones say that. You know, whoever your Lord is, however you view him or it, do that. Just acknowledge that, it's going down, outfield trash. I'm sorry, it is. It's inevitable. It's inevitable. One way or the other, it's going down. We're done. Live well today, make plans for the future, because just like Nineveh, if enough people repent, which is basically what Monty was saying too, this can change if the people wake up. If enough people repent, like they did in Nineveh, prophecy and those things are not set in stone. They can be changed by repentance and by some other things. So, yeah, we have two paths, okay? But I think we're past the point of no return, and I've said that before. Okay, I'm out of here for now. I'm sure Alex Jones is on already with maybe some good stuff, maybe not. Dan Bongino and all those others, and a lot of those folks on Twitter, I have a lot of respect for. The Twitterites that do those long threads. Some of them are very good, like I've said, Undercover Huber, The Last Refuge, Technofog, etc. But a lot of them are cheerleaders for Trump, and that's all they are. And, oh yeah, AJ has too many commercials, Liza Jean. By the way, Liza Jean, can you throw, oh man, who was that? I asked any of the mods that were on there, because I can't do it on my phone, to throw him off. I already forgot. Help me out here, somebody. Who was that I said to throw off? Who was that? And when I say throw, I mean to ban him from the channel. Okay, well, you don't need him. Yeah, Sheriff of YouTube. Thank you, Lazarus Carroll. Oh, bless you, bless you. Yeah, Liza Jean, if you could throw off Sheriff of YouTube forever, he doesn't need to be here. All he is an obstruction. Okay. God bless you. God bless yours. Pray, prep, pray, stay out of the way. That's really our job at this point. Okay. I can hide for the show. Okay, that's okay, Liza Jean. Yeah, anything you can do. I'll try to ban him later. Okay. All right. Thanks all. We'll talk to you next time. They're building their own tombs, ladies and gentlemen. That's what's really happening. They're building their own tombs. They've been here to test us to see where we would fall. And I don't mean fall like be defeated. I mean what side we would take. They're here to test us, our hearts and our minds, to see if we're receiving God's Spirit. We're not going to receive it perfectly, but it's what's in our hearts and minds, our intents, okay, that are important. That has been defined now, and that's where we are, okay? Well, I'm getting a call, so I'm going to have to go, all right? Thanks again, everybody. Choose the right and stay out of the darkness, okay? All right, we'll see you later. Thanks so much for coming. Sorry about the noise here. Like I say, it's an incoming call.
Alrighty, let me grab you guys a video. Sorry I was kind of not here. I was on a phone call, so that's why I was just kind of throwing videos you guys' way, so sorry about that. Let's see. Got one from Ron Paul Liberty Report here titled The Straw That Broke the Fed's Back.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for tuning in to the Liberty Report. With me today is Chris Rossini, co-host. Chris, welcome to the program.
Good morning. Great to be with you, Dr.
Oh,
Paul.
very good. Let's talk about money and why our station doesn't have enough. No, I'm not going to talk about that. Why do the people who have so much seem to be so confused? And the people I'm talking about are the people who run the monetary system. They have trillions and trillions of dollars, and they seem that more they get, the more they mismanage it. Anyway, there's exciting things going on, and we've been critical of the Fed. We wanted to audit the Fed all along, and we want to end the Fed. And my prediction has always been we won't get enough people in Washington to just vote to end it. That's how they brought about the Fed, the Federal Reserve Act in 1913. They just voted and created this monster and delivered it over to the management by secret cabal, that nobody knows exactly what they're doing. But one thing it looks like, Chris, what's going on right now is they've lost a lot of credibility. They don't seem to be able to do anything, though they got away with a lot in these past 100 years plus. But they systematically undermine, I even think, their original intent of the Federal Reserve. And I think it's totally out of control. I think the Fed is on its last legs. And there's been a few things that's happening that indicates that they don't really have a lot of control at all. When you think about in September, when they lost control of the repo market and they had to pump in, literally hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars, and they do it nightly because the interest rates are going up. And once again, when interest rates go up, that's the market speaking. Liquidation of debt is the market speaking. When the government speaks and the Fed speaks, they want printing a lot of money, and they want low interest rates, and they want to spend a lot of money. And for a while, they can do it because they can manipulate, and our government and our country is still strong financially. But since the engine of all this mischief has been the Federal Reserve, I think this point that they've lost control of the overnight market and the interest rates, and then just this week, 3 days ago, on the 3rd, they were worried. The fluctuation market's going up 1,000 points, up and down 2,000 points. So they are getting nervous, and I think once again, it's evidence that they're on their last legs. So they had an emergency meeting, the FOMC, which is very unusual, and they had been talking about maybe sometime in March or April they would lower the rates by 25 basis points. But they have this emergency meeting in the midst of this stock market all over the place. And not only do they, lower interest rates 25, they lower them 50 basis points, which just caused more gyrations. The immediate reaction was, which was the usual thing for the last 50 years. Oh, the Fed's lowering money, they're pumping in, this is good, the stocks are going up, we're back to normalcy again. That lasted about 30 minutes, and all of a sudden the stocks went crashing down again. So they're in the midst of that, and they don't realize that they're trying to manage something they can't manage. And sometimes the evidence is pretty clear that they're managing for the benefit of certain people. And who has benefited from this? Big government, they benefit, and the militarism benefits. The welfare state benefits from it, and deficit financing benefits from it. All these things, and they've been able to tide it over, mainly because we have been a very productive nation, and we could convey trust into our currency and into our system because we controlled the reserve currency. That's the international gold for now, and they can control that, and therefore we control the financial system. But I believe this is a big event happening right now. I believe the evidence is getting stronger every single day that the Fed has lost it, and I think they know it. They're contradicting themselves. They change their viewpoints sometimes in the same day that they make a decision. They're changing it back again. So the roller coasters has been out there, and I think that it's going to be that way. And we're just wondering, when that last straw is going to come. When that straw that breaks the camel's back, I wonder when that's coming. And I might talk a little bit about that a little bit later, but I think we're close to that last straw.
Right, Dr. Paul. We're just reporting as it happens. The Fed did panic this week by dropping another 50 basis points from a hugely low level. And the stock market is rocky at the moment, but there's no saying that with all this money that they're pumping in, that the stock market won't recover or even make new highs. And it'll be easy at that time, if that happens, to think, oh, everything is great. But that's on this show, we don't focus on the surface area. You can go to the mainstream media or even the president's tweets, and they'll lie to you about how great everything is. Here, we're concerned about what's beneath the surface. And you could think of it as maybe like a Hollywood movie, how they show you a restaurant, the front of the house, how it's all beautiful. But then they open a door and they go to the back of the house, and it's a smoke-filled dungeon with a bunch of plotters. Well, that's what we focus on. We focus on the back of the house and what's going on over there. And what's coming out of there is they're not doing so well. They're losing control. And that's because that's what happens to central planners all throughout history. They corner themselves, and they ultimately find themselves with so many insurmountable problems that they created themselves that they ultimately have to throw in the towel. And like you said, when is that last straw? There's no way to know that in advance. But we can tell that they're not doing well.
I sort of like this analogy about the straw that breaks the Fed's back. because the theory goes about that old saying about breaking the camel's back is that the camel's loaded down. Weight, how much weight can they put on this camel? They keep putting it on and putting it on, and it always seems to work. So they continue to do it, not realizing there's a limit to what the camel can carry. And then they claim that limit is very sensitive. You put one more straw on it, it's too heavy, and the camel collapses. And I was thinking, I wonder where that last straw is coming from. And right now we're in the midst of a crisis that is, I think, concocted by some people, and that is the crisis over the coronavirus. I know it's a very, very serious problem. I get criticized for not trying to fearmonger and tell everybody it's the end of the world, but I think that has something to do with the last straw. You know, we have people, 25,000 people a year die from influenza, and there's 650,000 die around the world. And right this year, we're in the midst of this. I think there's been 14 deaths or something in the United States from it. That doesn't mean there's not a problem. It's just in proportion. You know, it's so small. I think I hope the dust settles, and I hope that my perceptions are right, because it would be a great benefit. But that we're not going to have everybody's waiting. When's the pandemic going to start? When's it going to start? When are you going to go to Costco's and load up with food? And you know, who knows exactly what's going to happen? But right now, the evidence is not very strong that a lot of people are going to die from it. The kids don't get the disease. Some people never have a disease and they get the infection. Some people get a cold and they never know about it. And now they're worrying about how quickly the president can be responsible for getting everybody tested, and there's not enough test kits, because you have to test everybody. Because what if they're positive and have no symptoms? So you have to test everybody. So it's on and on. So I think that's a real mixed bag. So there's a political connotation there. It's good politics. You gotta be for spending the money. So I think they were producing that straw this past week. Once again, on the big issues, the Republicans and the Democrats get together. So they came up and said, emergency funding, the world's coming to an end. So they came up with $8 billion to confront, you know, the coronavirus. Well, $8 billion, it used to be a sum of money, but no, it's chicken feed, so that's just a little straw in the market. That's not much. But the Democrats and Republicans came together, and it was signed into law on this very day. And the whole thing is could that be that last straw that just overburdens our financial system? The last straw is always supposed to be small, just barely there and noticeable. All the big straws, the tons and tons of debt has been piled on the Fed forever, and all the mischief the Fed has done, the wars that they have fought with printed money, and the business cycle, the deflations and the inflations, and the people who have suffered throughout the last 100 years or so, and how they produced a system that protects the very wealthy, and you have more trillionaires and billionaires than ever before. So it's something that I suspect that we're looking at it, and that we will, of course, witness it someday when the last straw was placed on the overburdened system and the Federal Reserve. But the Federal Reserve is acting like they've lost control. And I remember talking to many Federal Reserve Board chairmen, and when I would challenge them on an issue, I would say, well, A is this, and this is B, and this shouldn't this happen, and I was expressing my concern, and they were always very polite, and they said, yes, I believe you're right about that, but as long as it's done orderly, it's okay. Prices going up orderly, and then it's okay. Well, I would say that they have totally failed. There's nothing orderly about the financial markets today. So, Chris, how are we going to get this thing fixed?
Well, we don't have to do much, but spread the ideas of liberty. And Dr. Paul, we do get a lot of comments that we do read them, and very often one that we see is, well, when is this going to happen? When are we going to end the Fed? When is the last straw? As if we can give a date and time. Otherwise, we don't know what we're talking about. No, you have to realize that we're talking about a global scheme here, which the Fed is the heart of. This is so huge, with other countries involved, with so many interests, And there's tremendous uncertainty and so many variables. It's not like a little neighborhood scheme where you could say, oh, it has 2 days, 2 weeks tops. Maybe you could have a way to predict. This is huge. This is a global in scale. So the best you can do is know economics, know human nature, and then you can observe what they do. And you can watch them corner themselves. You see unpayable debt. Well, you could take that piece off the game table. There's $17 trillion in bonds with negative yields. Take that piece off the table. A welfare state that is out of control. A military empire that's out of control. So you watch them take the pieces off the table themselves, and they will ultimately checkmate themselves. If people that pay attention close enough to Dr. Paul, he has said, while we should end the Fed, he said that the Fed will ultimately end themselves.
Okay, Chris, that's a good assessment. And I want to just go back to what the original intent and the instructions to the Federal Reserve was. They were to have policies of stable prices and full employment, and they added on, with Humphrey Hawkins. And so that's their goal. And right now, the government statistics shows that there's, full employment, but sometimes you can't always believe government statistics. But anyway, things are better in that manner than it has been in the past. But they added on to the responsibility of the Fed is to regulate long-term interest rates to sort of justify all this QE activity and all this interference, which they can't control. But they've also accepted with a little bit of reluctance, and that's what's going on right now, is why they're scurrying around and why they've gotten the attention, and they may be losing it because the most important role for the Fed, from their viewpoint, is to make sure the stock market remains steady and always goes up. And it was doing quite well for 10 years now because they've been inflating like crazy. Stocks have been going up. They've been going up especially in the last couple of years with the Fed printing like crazy and the government spending like crazy. But it's all a big bubble, and that's what we're seeing it coming to an end. But they've designed this to protect the stock market. That's their chief goal from their viewpoint. But the fallacy of this whole thing that we're talking about, once government gets involved, anything even leaning towards socialism and interventionism, is interfering with the price structure. Because Economics 101 tells the story that you have a supply and demand. The demand goes up, prices go up, and the production goes up, and yet we have a Federal Reserve that is supposed to have stable prices, which is the wrong thing. You want fluctuating prices at the market level. Now, where the Fed went wrong and where this country went wrong and where the Fed caused so much mischief is they took it upon themselves to assume the most important price for them to fix is the interest rates. And look at where it is. It's negative interest rates. You have to pay the bank to take your money. Because you say, oh, no, it's not negative yet. Oh, yes, it is. The price inflation is much more than the government tells us. And the price inflation is 2, 3, 4%, depending on what category you're in. So it's negative. You have to pay a bank to take the money. So the most important price in the world, because the dollar is the most important currency in the world, that we have people secretly rigging the price of it, and it's totally out of control. So they come along in the middle of one day where the stock market's crashing, and they think, well, we know what the rules are. We know what to do. We just turn up the switch, and we'll cut the interest rates and print more money, and it didn't work very well. It didn't work very well, and the overnight rates have gone up as high as 10%. Markets always want to deflate. They want to get rid of the debt and rid of the bad investment. And the Fed and the politicians and everybody else says, no, not this. The politicians are more powerful than the average person that might understand economics, because politically you can't accept the fact that you might have to cut spending. You might have to bring the troops home. You might not have a welfare state. You might have a system where you don't pass out the money to the billionaires. You might have a system that's not corporatism. You might have a free market. It's not in the cards. You know, they're too powerful. They run the show. And that also introduces the notion that we're in a tight spot producing and delivering our message, because it sort of is similar in some ways to the socialists who complain about the same thing. But they're complaining, well, we haven't spent enough. We need lower interest rates. We need more spending, and on and on. But everything I look at now, especially this past month or two, and I started looking more carefully from back in September when overnight rates went to 10%. That was the tip-off that something was coming, and we're there right now. And you're going to see a lot of gyrations. People will take profits in gold and take profits even in the bond market or whatever. And there will not be any sign that the Fed is even coming close to their desire. What's okay as long as it's orderly. It's not orderly, believe me, and more people are starting to realize it, no matter what kind of propaganda you hear. Chris?
Right, Dr. Paul. I'll finish up with hopefully a message of hope, because, you know, this is nonsense that we have to deal with in our lives, but it's not anything new. All throughout history, there are people that have wanted to rule and micromanage the entire world. You could go all the way back. And the truth is, it cannot be done. You know, man is free by nature, and you can't change nature. So even if the authoritarians, whoever they happen to be, whether today it's the Fed or who knows what it'll be in the future, even if they were to follow every single economic law to the T, all the natural laws, it still can't be done. We're not meant to be ruled by these people. Man is free. So, but what we have today is what Dr. Paul has said. We have an empire of lies. They're not even concerned with the truth. They're trying to rule with price controls, price fixing, counterfeiting money, bailouts, wars. These are the tools that they're trying to use to rule the world, apparently. Now, if it can't be done with the truth, it surely will not be done with these tools. So the message of hope is that liberty is already won. Most people don't know about it. We know about it. You know about it, the viewers. And, you know, for today, that should be good enough.
Very good, Chris. I'm glad you're on our show, tell you the truth. That's great. You know, there's another way to look at this. Right now, it's estimated that there are $17 trillion in banks and different places that pay negative interest rates. So therefore, how can you run an economy when you don't know the price of money and you're $17 trillion? All they're doing is looking places for store it. And you don't have bills and you don't have gold, you just have computers, so you have to store it someplace and pretend that it's all going to get better. But $17 trillion paying negative, well, that'll consume a little bit of that. But you know, the people who hate gold because they love big government have argued, oh, who would buy gold? You know, it doesn't earn any interest. And who would want gold? Because if you don't have a secure place in your house, you'd have to pay somebody to store it for you. Oh, how terrible, how terrible. But now I see the $17 trillion of people rushing to store it because they're not going to buy more stocks now. And the market says to deflate, and that's why the economy eventually is going to reflect all of that. But right now, you know, the money's sitting in these banks not making any money. I would think they'd say, you know, maybe gold isn't all that bad. You know, the gold prices have been sort of doing the opposite. It's been holding up, and that's a reflection of the dollar. Ultimately, the relationship between gold and the dollar gives you a lot of information. And right now, you know, it's showing that with the gold prices going up, and if you look closely at the dollar chart, the dollar is getting weaker. Not crashing, because people are going to hang on to the dollars for a long, long time, but they are going to be worth less as time goes on. And with all the money created so far, until it's all the bad stuff liquidated, I guess they'll keep looking for places to store it and pay people to keep it for them. Well, I'll tell you what, if I had to pay a storage cost, I think I'd rather pay somebody a couple of bucks to store gold than I would to store $1 trillion that's going to dissipate someday and and disappear. Well, obviously our message is the current system has been around a good bit. A lot of people have milked it from the time it started, and especially since Roosevelt, and they've manipulated all the markets. They've been in charge, but there's a limit to the lies that they can tell, and I think that's what we're reaching there. It's the last straw right now. The last straw is there, and I don't believe they're going to salvage this system. They may tinker with it a little bit, but it's not going to come back where the Fed has a control over things with this fine-tuned dial. 25 basis points, oh good, 50 better, this sort of thing. No, that's what the evidence is now. They don't have control of the one thing that they've been controlling and which brought about this disaster, and that is the monopoly control of the price of money and the price of interest rates, because in what happens on any commodity, anything else, it just disappears. It collapses until people get a market price back. But there is no market price for the currency until that happens. And of course, the toughest part of this whole thing is to get back to scratch and have real economic growth. You have to liquidate all the bad stuff, all the bad debt, and all the malinvestment. And it's not going to happen. There's going to be a lot more debt piled on, a lot more malinvestment until it's realized that there's a monetary reform that's going to be required that has to be a lot more sensible than the one that we've been living with for these last 50, 60, 70 years, which has led to this point, which was a predictable event. People who have studied Austrian economics have predicted that this would happen and understand exactly what we should anticipate, although nobody knows the date when this thing really totally collapses. But anyway, the good news is that the answers are so simple. It's limited government. It's not fighting these wars, not having a welfare state, having honest money. Don't let people defraud them. Don't let your government be the counterfeiter of the world. It's not that tough, and we had basically that for a long time. And the wonderful thing about it, under that system, it creates the largest middle class ever, and that's what we used to have. But the middle class now is bitter. They're angry. The wealth is being distributed in a bad manner, and that's why. What do we hear about? We have a presidential debate, and they're promoting socialism, and they're not even bashful about it. At least in the old days, we heard about socialism. Oh yeah, that guy's over there is a socialist, but people generally kept them quiet, and they certainly wouldn't run for the presidency. I'm a socialist now, and we're going to sell the world. Now, so there are healthy things going on because the people will wake up, the failure is there, and the answer is to be found in liberty. I want to thank everybody for tuning in today to this Liberty Report. Please come back soon.
Alrighty, sorry about that. I was finishing typing a message, and you guys know I don't type and talk. Not because I don't want to, because I really don't have the ability to. Let's see. I can walk and chew gum. I just can't type and talk. Typing takes pretty much about 99% of my resources, because I don't type. Obviously I type. How do the letters get on the screen, right? But I don't do the whole ASDF, JKL, SIM, home key thing. Yeah, I never caught on to that when I was a teenager in school. And as on the way to being old fogey, I still haven't caught on to it. But what I have caught on to was a relatively high-speed hunt and peck, and that's what I do. So that is a technical term, by the way, high-speed hunt and peck. It's, going to be a college course on it. Let's see. Okay, let's do this one from Grunt Style because, it's Grunt Style, right? Aren't we obligated or something? Grunt Style, and it's titled, Mikey Reacts to Jim Fails. Damn it, Mikey.
Did you see his hair flapping around? What's up, guys? It's Mikey with Grunt Style, and today we're going to be looking at some of my favorite videos on the internet. Jim Fails. Bring it on. This guy's getting it. Oh, muscles.
Beefcake, show me your one-arm push-up there.
I've been training for a while.
Rough stuff.
Ooh, nice snapback, I respect.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
I used Irish kiss the ground. Oh,
Yeah, it happened.
if you're gonna snatch, maybe not do it in front of the mirror, man. Dude. This is gonna end terribly bad. Okay. He's got a little skills. He's done. Oh! Good God, that is terrible. Good luck with homecoming, bud.
When I sneeze,
First of all, let's just pause this real quick. We don't need that in our face. Wear something underneath. Something. Tuck it back. That's obscene. Is he doing that weird chest thing? Yeah.
come on!
I think my eyes are bleeding. Are my eyes bleeding right now? When doing pull-ups in your bathroom, one, make sure you're in a bath towel. But two, make sure you look at yourself while you're doing them. Gotta make sure you see those gains. Or do it, at least do a pull-up, man. This thing's going down. Yes, yes, yes. That makes me so happy. I'm so glad that happened. Oh. 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 Push out the heels. Oh. Oh, man. He got knocked out. Okay, flock of seagulls. Judging by the size of this guy's calves, this is not going to end well. Oh. He just buckled. Did you see his hair flapping around? That was great. Jesus, man. What are you, an alien? Area 51 called. Trying to clap them cheeks. What is going on with you? What did I just see? Are you stretching? Nobody saw it. No problem.
Oh my God! You're looking strong. Come on.
What is happening here?
Crazy. Come on, Larry. Power. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. Get it, girl. Get it, girl. This is hard stuff. Oh, that's bad. Not the most graceful pole dance I've ever seen. Hope she's okay. Wow. Wow. Like, I want to make a Planet Fitness joke, but I just don't think that would be safe for social media. So.
Bench trimming. Or sweeping.
This guy's awesome.
Watery. Dirt digging. Leaf raking. Weed whacking. Leaf blowing.
You hit your flamingo, man. You know what this needs? This needs a challenge. Let's name that exercise. Let's do that. Saturday night in Pattaya Beach, Thailand. Hashtag training for Vegas. I believe I can fly. Oh.
Просто
I
невероятно.
don't know. What is that?
Индийское кино его. Он с Индии же, да?
I'm not even mad, I'm kind of impressed. Good Lord. Working 9 to 5.
Practicing.
4-star practice.
Practicing the technique. Oh my gosh.
Like a 3-pound weight with his feet. I said, call this the foot job? The foot raise? Wow. It's the neck gyrations. Dude. The bucket head. A lean back. A lean back. The awkward Saturday morning. The get it out! The Jean-Claude Van Damme asshole. Hey, it's Donatello. For all of you who recorded these amazing videos on your cell phone, I have mixed feelings. One, get off your damn phone and lift. You're taking up space. But two, also thank you, because I enjoyed this. So, thanks guys. For all of us here at Grunt Style, hope you enjoyed it. See you later.
Alrighty, let me grab you guys a video here. Oh. I'm working on it. Kind of taking a look at what our options are here. Oh, okay. I'm going to go ahead and do this. It's actually going to run us 10 minutes over, but I tried to catch this guy and I forgot to look. But I try to get this guy's videos up every day because every day he's updating us. I trust his numbers. I trust his information. You know, I trust what the guy has to say. Why? Because he's not in it for politics. He's not in it for that. He's in it for information. He's in it to spread information, and that's what I'm looking for. Anyway, the channel, Peak Prosperity, and the video is titled, How to Avoid Getting Infected by the Coronavirus. Nancy Reagan would just tell you to just say no.
Total worldwide cases of SARS-CoV-2 break over 100,000. The numbers out of Italy are extremely concerning. And an amazing amount of bad information is coming out of health authorities. If anybody's panicking, it sure looks like they are, not us. Hello, everyone. This is Chris Martinson. I'm here with your SARS-CoV-2, aka the honey badger virus, March 6th edition, and for 2020. I'm titling this one, How to Avoid Contagion. We're going to go through the science that says, here's what you need to do. So if you are a healthcare worker, you need to listen to this. If you are somebody who is going to be treating at home, you need to listen to this as well. All right. Let's move into the base numbers here. First, what we're seeing here is that we have over 100,000 cases in the world, 3,461 deaths, 56,107 recovered. I don't believe any of these numbers because I think China had a quadratic curve fit goal-seeking sort of approach to reporting numbers. I believe they lowballed them. We don't know what the truth is out of China, and China is by far the largest. They have about 80,000 of these total 100,000 cases. So I'm not sure we can really trust these. We're getting more data out of other countries. It's all over the map, though. Let's pretend we could trust this for the moment. What would it imply? It would imply take this, divide by the two of those. Thank you, everybody who wanted me to do it this way. It's more accurate. Because now we can say if these numbers were right and this had all resolved, and this is the total set of numbers that we would have at the end of it all, we would see a 5.8% case fatality rate associated with this illness. All right, moving on. The China numbers, whatever. They are just their numbers. They don't mean anything at this point in time. But South Korea, note here, 6,593 cases plus 309. That's good that it was higher than that recently, so hopefully they're getting their hands around it. Remember, a lot of these cases came out of one church cluster that was very aggressive in helping to spread this thing. All right, but interestingly, still the serious or critical patients compared to this is really tiny. What is that, less than 1%? So that's really tiny. We don't know what's happening there yet. We're just going to keep watching it. South Koreans maybe just are tougher and they're not going to the hospital, or they have a reporting problem, or again, remember, could be how things are classified. We don't know. Iran, look at this. They're reporting 1,234 new cases. So they're finally catching up, I think, to the reporting side of this, but still, with nobody reported as serious or critical, that's wrong. Active cases of 3,710, 124 deaths. And none of those numbers are right. I'm sure they're all lowballed. It's Italy that concerns me today a lot, and here they are with 778 new cases for 4,636. But look at this, 462 in serious or critical condition, and we have 197 total deaths. All right. Look at all the countries in the 100 club now. This is going to be a very long list tomorrow, and I may have to go into 2 sets of tables just to report them all if we're going to do that, or we may have to start cutting it off at 200. Who knows? But I want you to note here that it used to be that this column of new cases had a lot of 1s and 2s and sometimes 0s in it, like we see for Hong Kong here. Sometimes 8s or 9s, single-digit numbers. And then now they're all double-digit numbers, in some cases triple-digit numbers, in some cases quadruple-digit numbers. These will all be triple-digit numbers at some point if the exponential progression continues, and someday even quadruple-digit numbers and beyond. All right. Germany coming right up the curve here with plus 125 and a lot of active open cases, very few recovered, but very few in serious or critical condition, especially if it's thought that they got their version from Italy. If they did, and these are the same strain, I can't quite make sense of these numbers yet. It's possible that it's just that Italy has got a lot of old people, and that explains it, but I'm not sure that's it. Something feels off in that data at this point in time. All right, France, I told you, they got behind the 8 ball on this, and next thing you know, they're going to be really stepping up to the plate to get their turn at this honey badger virus. Very nasty thing. Japan just sort of trundling along. I was surprised. I thought they would have progressed faster than this. Spain moving right up. USA, it's about to get its turn in the sun. I'll show you what's coming there. Switzerland, look at this, almost doubled its cases in a single day from plus 94 onto that as a near doubling as well. We would see pretty much a near doubling down here. Belgium, that is a doubling right there, more than a doubling. So we're seeing some very, very fast case, boom, sort of action right out of here. All right, if we looked at total active cases compared to closed cases over here, as I mentioned before, when you run the numbers, you get about a 6% case fatality rate. What's interesting is that we're looking here as if we can take these numbers as reported, if we can trust them. There's about a 15% serious or critical rate. That's good because that's a little bit lower than we were thinking, which might be as high as 20%. But let's look at Italy, where just something isn't adding up here. With these 778 new cases, 49 new deaths, total cases 4,636. Total deaths 197. So active cases is 3,916. So among those active cases, 2,394 are hospitalized. That's 61%, right? That's the definition for serious or critical is are you in the hospital? That's what I thought it was. Maybe we have different definitions here, but 61% hospitalized. 462 of which, that's 12% of active cases are in intensive care. That's critical. So looks to me like serious or critical is actually 61 plus 12. No, that would be wrong. 61% are hospitalized, of which, okay, so 12% of the total are intensive care. So they've closed 720 cases, 523 have recovered, 197 have died. That represents a 27.3% case fatality rate. I don't know how that comes down to 3.4%. You would have to have nearly all of these cases, which are hospitalized, nearly all of these cases that are in intensive care, resolve without any more deaths to drag that back down again to that range. So something is really off here in Italy. Don't know what it is yet. Remember, the disease progression for SARS-CoV-2 is case, cluster, boom. Right? So look at this now. Here's what we're seeing in the United States. 18 new cases, 2 new deaths, including case in Georgia. In Indiana, we now have a case. Somebody who traveled to Boston recently. I live in Massachusetts, so that's not very reassuring. And had been at an event where other people have also tested positive, and they all returned to Indiana. We have 1 new case in North Carolina in Chatham County. Somebody who had returned recently from Italy, 2 in Pennsylvania, so that's first in that state, 1 in New York, so New York City has 5 cases now, 5th case there. King County, Washington State, that's out there in the Seattle area, 2 new cases in Washington State, maybe those are the same. First 2 cases in Colorado, that's in Summit County, and again, traveling from Italy, something about those Italian cases, just unbelievably infectious and also potentially deadly. Not happy with that one there. And first 3 cases in Maryland and Montgomery County, they'd all recently traveled overseas. So it's that's how it is at first, but then Next thing you know, nobody's traveling overseas anymore, and it's now just showing up endemically in your area. Yeah, so about that, Washington County recommends all 2.2 million residents to work from home. Tells over 60s to stay indoors. This King County is starting to look like a ghost town out there. I saw pictures of Seattle's, usually very clogged major arteries looking like, you could play Frisbee on them. There's no cars. Pretty amazingly barren. So already that's a town in self-imposed lockdown, if you will. But this whole idea that recommends all 2.2 million residents to work from home, somebody's lost touch with how the world actually works, because they forgot about all the people who are chefs and wait staff. They forgot about the janitors, mechanics. They forgot about medical staff, funeral home operators. You certainly don't want to try that, working from home for that job. Machinists, retail workers, on and on and on and on. This is obviously, you can suggest that people and recommend that they stay home, but that's really not an option for a lot of people. So bad advice there. Here's all the countries that have actually gone boom, and they've gone, they're turning the corner. Germany, just for comparison here. Again, this comes from at Stanfield Ken. Check him out. He's doing great charts and things over there at Twitter. That's his Twitter handle right there. So you can see what this progression looks like. And this is as of the 5th of March. If you can't see that, that's what it says. The 6th, everybody's up. I think this guy's right about here, and except for Iran, which was way higher. It was like, Iran was all the way up here. So that's what it looks like. Back here is where you're being told, don't worry about it. We've got it. We think we've got all the cases isolated. It's going to be different in our country. Don't worry. We're not going to get it. Hey, wash your hands. Face masks don't work. And then I don't know what they're going to say during this part. All right. This is a complete shit show, though. I'm going to use foul language there for a second. So this is Washington, state of Washington, activates a state of emergency due to critical mask shortage, right? So this is a notification that went out, and here's what, let's just read this together. All right, masks are in critical supply. This includes ear loop masks, fluid-resistant face masks, including those with attached eye shields, surgical masks, just pretty much everything. With our current usage and supply, we may run out of masks within the next 24 hours. So this is at a medical center, right? This medical center has been utilizing dire resources to restock, including local dental offices, veterinarian offices, and construction companies. So those are dire resources that are out scavenging at this point to try and get face masks for their healthcare workers here in this medical center. In the interim, due to disaster conditions, this medical center will be implementing alternate standards of care to conserve masks for critical and surgical use. So, alternate standards of care for PPE policy, personal protection equipment policy, during COVID-19 event for patients in droplet/contact droplet precautions. So here even, they're still just running contact droplet precautions. We're going to break that out in a little bit and show you that that's not sufficient here. Limit mask use to on the patient only. Staff will no longer wear masks unless providing a care procedure requiring removal of the patient's mask. So they're going to have to basically go. They're going to have to go naked on this one. They're going to have to hope that the patient wearing the mask is sufficient in this case. That's triage right there. This is an emergency procedure right here. So as reviewed by Infectious Disease and Safety, exposure risk to staff is low while the patient is masked. I hope the Infectious Disease and Safety really reviewed that carefully, because I've got some data that suggests they may want to re-review that, and we'll talk about that in just a second. So what else do we want to say? Regardless of role or job description, staff working at VMC will not wear a mask other than during the scenarios described above. So I don't know what this means. Does this mean even if you brought your own mask, like you got your own private stash, they're not going to allow you to wear them because that would be against policy at this point in time? Individual departments should develop their own plans to conserve masks. Please continue to be good stewards of our resources, especially during this critical time with masks and personal protection equipment. This tells me that this failure to plan was extraordinary. And so to see something like this popping up here on March 6th, remember, it was January 23rd that I, a guy, reading the news, connecting a couple dots, put out that face masks were going to be one of the very first things. That was the very first alert I put out. I said, hey, this thing is coming. It looks really bad. You're going to need to figure out face masks because those are going to be in short supply first, because I knew that this was going to be a problem. And here are whole medical centers which have people, this is their job. Many of them earn great salaries to manage things like this, and they just didn't see it coming, right? So given that, we now have nurses actually pleading for some sane and logical steps to be taken to help protect their lives. And this comes from National Nurses United, and here is the link for that. So they had six demands, if you will, or asks of their employers, which could be anywhere that these nurses work. So this is a union of some kind. So they would want their employer, a hospital, say, or a doctor's office, shall implement plans and protocols in response to COVID-19 based on the precautionary principle, which holds, I love this part, that lacking scientific consensus that a proposed action, policy, or act is not harmful, particularly if that harm has the potential to be catastrophic, such action, policy, or act should not be implemented, and the maximum safeguards should be pursued. So let me decode that a little bit. It's just, if there isn't a scientific consensus that the act isn't harmful, if science isn't clear, it says, no, this is fine. You can do this. If it's not clear, you go to the precautionary principle, which says, well, then let's pretend as if it's not an okay thing to do, and let's implement maximum safeguards should be pursued. When life and limb is at hand, of course, that the precautionary principle, that's what you do. When I go to my gun range, every gun is loaded. I don't care if I just checked it myself to make sure it's unloaded. Soon as I always treat it as if it is. You have a maximum safeguard is pursued at all times when life and limb matters. When it counts, this is the policy, not the other way. Like, well, let's pretend it's okay until somebody proves that it's not okay. That's not how you do it with a pandemic virus like this. Employers shall clearly communicate with all RNs and healthcare workers, including notifying nurses when there is a possible or confirmed COVID case. Hey, we just want to know. Tell us when there's a possible or confirmed COVID case. We need to know because, we can't all be in condition red, pretending as if we're in a hot zone every single moment. So we go down to condition yellow. But if you tell us that we have a confirmed or possible COVID case right in the area, then we have the chance of dialing up our procedures a little bit, making sure we don't touch our faces, that we were washing our hands a little bit more religiously, we're being more conscious of surfaces and whether we've touched them, things like that. So yes, we'd like to be told. Logical and sane step number 2. Employers shall provide education and training for all RNs and healthcare workers, including on protective gear, donning and doffing, putting it on, taking it off, and all other protocols. Hey, what are we doing? What's the training? How is this going to go? You can't have everybody doing it their own way. We would like to know what's the right way, and let's all be using that, because then at least you have a standard of care and a level of safety that you can control for, partially, or at least as much as you can. Employers shall provide the highest level of protection, including functioning negative pressure rooms and personal protective equipment for nurses providing care to possible and confirmed COVID-19 cases. Sorry, just don't go to this place where they're saying, as long as we got a mask, not even we just got a mask on the patient, you're good to go, right? You don't need one too. So this is saying, that the nurses are saying, geez, we want negative pressure rooms, we want proper PPE, and even papers, powered air purifying respirators. Those are the battery operated packs that actually put positive pressure into your face mask up above to keep every little particles from wandering in. Coveralls, all kinds of things. All right. Employers shall plan for surge of patients with possible or confirmed COVID-19, including plans to isolate, cohort, and to provide safe staffing. So if we're crammed and employers haven't really planned for this, hospitals haven't planned for this, and we're crushed, that creates a very unsafe environment. So their nurses are saying, please do this. Could somebody please just plan as if we're going to get a lot of people? In King County, I believe they bought a motel, 84-unit motel that they're going to start housing people in because the hospital seem to be a little crammed at this point in time. So I'm not sure that counts as a plan, but anyway, that's what's happening. And here's the most important one, I think. Employers shall conduct a thorough investigation after a COVID patient is identified to assure all staff and individuals who were exposed are identified and notified. yes, that's absolutely important. And of course, any nurse, healthcare worker who is exposed will be placed on precautionary leave for at least 14 days, at least, I like that part, and will maintain pay and other benefits during the full length of that leave. So if we get exposed as a nurse, they're saying we don't want to be responsible for accidentally bringing that and transmitting that to somebody else. This is what a sane and logical approach would look like. I completely agree with all of these steps and the requests. By the way, I'm of the belief that if you're going to operate at high risk, right, you're going to be over here and just having only the patient wear the mask. We shouldn't be there at all. We should be operating on a lowered risk tolerance. We should be operating with an abundance of caution. So before I go into this next part, let's just make sure our terminology is clear. Face masks versus respirators. This is a face mask. I don't think that's Sam from yesterday. It could be. I don't know. I just pulled this picture randomly off of an image search. A respirator is like an N95 mask. This one's got sort of the duckbill shape, which gives you more surface area to breathe through. Other ones are a little flatter, but they have a valve that allows you to breathe out more easily. As well, they all seal against the face like this with the nose bridge piece. A respirator could be things like this, more like you would see in a biological sort of a hazard kind of a thing. But respirator just simply means something that goes beyond the so-called face mask. So let's go to the CDC for a second here, because a lot of these employers that their nurses are railing against here a little bit and asking for more protection from the CDC is providing a lot of the information. So let's address this question. Do face masks as compared to respirators, right? Do face masks work? According to the CDC, the answer is yes. Not according to the Surgeon General and all those other people we showed you yesterday. But here we are. There's the risk factors here. There's the exposure category, which is high, medium, low. They have recommended monitoring for COVID until 14 days after last potential exposure. And does this lead to any work restrictions for somebody who's asymptomatic, a healthcare provider who's asymptomatic? So they've been exposed, but they don't show symptoms. Are there any work restrictions? So let's imagine the setup here as they say, okay, you had prolonged close contact with a COVID-19 patient who was not wearing a face mask. So you didn't have any source control. All right, if that happened, if you weren't wearing any personal protective equipment, you know what? You're a high exposure category. We're going to actively monitor you, and you are excluded from work for 14 days. So that's reasonable. Okay, of course, because you were just wandering around unprotected in the presence of somebody who has it. That's not good. Well, what if you were not wearing a face mask or a respirator, but you had other personal protection equipment? You had the gown and the gloves. Well, that's still a high exposure category. Still, you're going to get actively monitored, and still you're going to be excluded from work for 14 days. Oh, what if we just weren't wearing eye protection? What if we had everything else? We had a face mask or respirator and gown and gloves and all that stuff. Well, CDC says, well, that's medium. That's kind of medium. We're going to monitor you. We're going to have actively monitor you, and you are going to be excluded from work for 14 days because eye protection, of course, this stuff can come in through the eyes. That's well known at this point. Well, what if we just weren't wearing gown or gloves, but we had eye protection, we had face mask or respirator? Well, they said that's a low exposure category, and you're going to self-monitor. I don't know what delegated supervision means, but there's no requirement here on work restrictions. So get back to work. How about this one, though? This is what I wanted to get towards. We're wearing all the recommended PPE, except we're wearing a face mask instead of a respirator. How about that? We got gown, we got gloves, and a face mask. They say, well, that means your exposure category is low, and there's no restrictions and nothing you really need to do about that. So do face masks work to protect you? According to the CDC, the answer is yes. All right, glad we finally got that settled. Hey, let's go to Bad Testing Seattle edition. This is from Tracking Truth. This is at the Peak Prosperity website. You will find each day this video goes up at YouTube, where you're probably watching it right now. It's also loaded over at my website at Peak Prosperity, and then we have comments there. That's sort of where I live and breathe with my comments and weigh in. This person says, I live and work in Redmond, Washington. I'm sure it will come as little surprise to visitors on this site, Peak Prosperity, that the news media is not accurately reporting the situation here. The news is filled with glowing reports of how schools and high-tech industries are able to continue without interruption by switching their labor online. One local news report even had a feel-good report about the impact of the coronavirus is decreasing congestion on the freeways. Yay, that's lovely. The truth is that basic services in the area are beginning to be affected by workers calling out ill, and nothing is being done to test and adequately quarantine ill workers who may have coronavirus. As an example, a friend who works for a large home improvement store nearby developed a fever and low dry cough yesterday. He was encouraged to go home and seek testing to make sure he did not have COVID-19 before returning. Today, he tried to get tested and contacted a local clinic. He was instructed to drive to the clinic and wait in his car so that he could be tested without entering the clinic. He was tested, but only for the flu and for strep throat. Both tests came back negative. Well, what do you think they should do then, huh? Well, they sent him home with a prescription for fever reducers and a doctor's note excusing him from work for 2 days. They said he could only get a COVID-19 test if his condition warranted hospitalization. So, in 3 days, he'll be forced back to work. If he has COVID-19, he'll pass it on to his coworkers and customers. But since he was not allowed to be tested, his case will not be counted. This is an unmitigated failure of our health system. Today, the governor announced that no one will have to pay for tests. What political grandstanding? No one has to pay for tests that aren't even available. We see stories like this popping up all over the world, actually. I've got stories like this from New Zealand. I've got them from Germany. I've got them from France. I've got them from all over the U.S., and it's just painful to read them. Meanwhile, in South Korea, they got these little things set up here, and you can get tested right on the spot, and they've got these very rapid tests now that can deliver results in a matter of hours. You just sort of drive up, and very low exposure because people are contained in their cars, and it looks very orderly. That's what's going on in South Korea. This is what's going on in the United States. I just can't even begin to compare that. Hey, this is what happens when the JV team beats you by 40 points. Mongolia here. This is from Nick Burt, longtime member at Peak Prosperity, a good long time. The government here in Mongolia is for the most part a clown show, yet somehow they're running circles around my home country in the USA, the richest country in the world, in italics, I think that's appropriate here, closing high-risk air routes, taking extra precautions with remaining functioning air routes, immediate isolation of high-risk individuals, and almost immediate testing, as in results in under 24 hours. If our government here is a clown show, then that makes the U.S. government that monkey at the zoo that flings its poo. Yeah, that's exactly right. The United States likes to think of itself as being above and beyond, but it's being absolutely run around circles by practically every other country on this, except for a few others. And by the way, yesterday I talked about Mongolia. This is a different Mongolia. This inner Mongolia is mainland China, so this is probably more fraudulent Chinese numbers. Nick Burt's talking about outer Mongolia, which is a separate country. So I just want to clarify that because I mischaracterized that yesterday. All right. Here's some bad advice. This is the New Zealand edition. How about this from Joe Taylor, posted again at our site. New Zealand, we only have 4 cases. All have originated from Italy and Iran. The couple who visited Italy are the biggest worry. She flew domestically, and he attended a concert while showing mild symptoms. Yes, this guy was at a Tool concert. They even said, I read the New Zealand report, they said, he was standing on the front left over there. If you were standing on the front left, come in and get checked out. But otherwise, everybody else, low risk or no risk, right? But we don't need to worry. The government is following WHO guidelines based on what China has told them. Yes, that's exactly what the director of health said. 1, we don't need face masks. 2, you only catch it from people with symptoms. 3, you have to be in close contact. 4, you have to wash your hands and not touch your face. 5, it's only spread by droplets. All right. And the question here is, none of the media are asking, if you can only catch it through close contact, how come all these people who went skiing in northern Italy all got the virus? That's a great question. So let's turn to the data. We're going to go to Singapore here because this is the data. This came out yesterday, and it's just a fantastic study. And I need all you health professionals, particularly anybody who's on frontline, if you're not following this advice, you've got to take this to your leadership. You've got to make them read this, shake it in front of their face as many times as you have to because it's important. All right. Here's research from Singapore published on March 4th showed that patients with the novel coronavirus extensively contaminate their bedrooms and bathrooms, underscoring the need to routinely clean high-touch surfaces, basins, and wash and toilet bowls. Extensively contaminate, all right? On the other hand, the virus was killed by twice-a-day cleaning of surfaces and daily cleaning of floors with a commonly used disinfectant, which suggests that current decontamination measures are sufficient, as long as people adhere to them. That's the key. The research letter was published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, so that's JAMA, all right? So it's a good study here. This led scientists to believe that beyond catching the infection through coughing, environmental contamination was an important factor in the disease's transmission, but its extent was unclear. So let's look at the study and methods from this, because it's a really important study here. All right, they looked at the cases of 3 patients who were held in isolation rooms between late January, early February. They collected samples from their rooms on 5 days over a 2-week period. The room of one patient was sampled before routine cleaning, while the rooms of the other 2 patients were sampled after disinfection measures. The patient whose room was sampled before cleaning had the mildest symptoms of the 3, only experiencing a cough. The other 2 had moderate symptoms. Both had coughing and fever, one shortness of breath, and the other was coughing up lung mucus. All right, so that's the study. And what are the punchlines? Despite this disparity, the patient whose room was sampled before cleaning contaminated 13 of 15 room sites tested, including their chair, the bed rail, the glass window of the room, the floor, light switches. Okay, people, here's the deal. If somebody has this and they're coughing, it's going all over the place. 3 of the 5 toilet sites were also contaminated, including the sink, the door handle, and the toilet bowl. More evidence that stool can be a route of transmission. Air samples tested negative. Phew, that's good, because we're looking for the aerosol, the mighty dreaded aerosol. But swabs taken from air exhaust outlets were positive, which suggests that virus-laden droplets may be carried by airflows and deposited on vents. I'm going to go further and say that's exactly what it showed, not may. So this means that we have aerosolized droplets once it's getting up into the air vents and being caught up there. So this is a really important thing right here that just happened, because this flies in the face of lots of things that are being said, including Bad Info, North Carolina edition. Laura sent me this today. Earlier came by email. This is Wake County Public School System. They are sending this out to parents and families, and this I cut out just this one part, but they put it in the bold, not me. And they said, health officials reassure us that a quarantined person is only contagious if they are showing symptoms of the illness. Just because a person is quarantined does not mean they have COVID-19. If someone is not showing signs of illness, they are not contagious and do not pose a risk to others. Let's turn to the data one more time. All right, this is data that I collected back a while ago. I believe this comes from mid-February. This February 14th, I think, is when I got this, somewhere around there. So this is another study in JAMA, and it shows a patient, a 20-year-old woman, and we need the data on this, right? Asymptomatic infectivity. This is the data we have. This is data, okay? Let's use it. 20-year-old woman lives in Wuhan and traveled to Anyang on January 10th. She initially met with patients 2 and 3. On January 13th, she accompanied 5 relatives to visit another hospitalized relative in Anyang District Hospital. Okay, no report of COVID-19 at this hospital. After development of disease in her relatives, patient 1 was isolated and observed. As of February 11th, she had no elevated temperature measured or self-reported fever, no gastrointestinal or respiratory symptoms, including cough or sore throat, reported or observed by physicians. CT images of her lungs, however, showed no significant abnormalities. So there's just nothing. She's just asymptomatic completely. All right. Patients 2 through 6 developed COVID-19. 4 were women and ranged from 42 to 57 years of age. None of the patients had visited Wuhan or been in contact with any other people who had traveled to Wuhan except patient 1, who was completely asymptomatic. All right. Results of her PCR testing for patient 1 were negative January 26th. They were positive on January 28th, negative again on February 5th and 8th, but no symptoms. So yes, Here's a documented case of asymptomatic infectivity. Health officials reassure us that a quarantined person is only contagious if they are showing symptoms of the illness. I don't even know where they got that data from. Or how about this? Here's some different study. Asymptomatic cases in a family cluster with SARS-CoV-2 infection. This is from February 19th. And again, you could read this whole thing, but the bottom line here is that they had a lot. They were asymptomatic, the people involved in this story. Normal lymphocyte counts, chest CT images, but they had the positive PCR results, and they passed it on to their family members. So we've got papers, we've got science, we've got all that out there. All right. Bad Communication Federal Edition. This really drove me nuts, and I immediately jumped on this when I saw it. This is on NBC News. This is very recent. It says, this is Admiral Brett Giroir, Assistant Secretary for Health at HHS, says, the best estimates now of the overall mortality rate for COVID-19 is somewhere between 0.1 and 1%. That's lower than you heard probably in many reports, and it's not likely in the range of 2 to 3%. Don't know what this guy's up to, but he used this word overall mortality rate. Mortality is deaths divided by total population. The 2 to 3% thing is a case fatality rate. These are completely dissimilar epidemiological terms. The Assistant Secretary of Health at HHS certainly knows that. So this is just to sow confusion. And you know, obviously, if you said how many deaths do we have in the total population from COVID-19, if only 2% of the population even got the disease, obviously mortality rate would be very, very low. But the case fatality rate is actually what we care about in this particular story. And but this is just absolutely horrible communication that is either so bad that this person needs to be sacked immediately, or it was meant to confuse, and it was meant to deflect, and it was designed to sow confusion. So terrible, bad communication on that. All right. Given all of that, given the data we just went through, how do you avoid being effective? Well, first, you avoid all gatherings, large or small. And we've had I've seen a lot of people out there, you know, some countries define large as over 1,000, some is over 5,000, some it's 50, some it's 100. Listen, just avoid gatherings. You know, once everyone's wearing a face mask out in public, then this can be relaxed a bit. But, you know, until everybody's wearing a mask, I would say you just avoid gatherings. That's how you avoid being infected. You just avoid gatherings, period. You got to treat sick people as if they're shedding aerosolized droplets. Why? Well, because they are. That's what the data says. We as well know that asymptomatic people could be shedding aerosolized droplets. That's why we have to say this is step one up here, okay? Step two, this is like treating every gun as if it's loaded. You got to treat everybody as if they're shedding aerosolized droplets until we know where the disease actually is. But of course, if we had great testing and better and more transparent reporting, this would be a lot easier task. But right now, I don't know where these people are. How would I know? How would you know? Nobody knows. All right. All sick people have to wear a mask at all times, for sure. Guaranteed, no exceptions. That's just something that needs to be done. Oops, skip back here. You got to decontaminate all surfaces that might be touched by somebody before they are touched. Okay, so twice a day decontamination sounds good, something you need to do. But mostly I want you to trust yourself. Just trust yourself. Trust yourself. Are your spidey senses tingling? Then heed them. All right. If you're saying to yourself, I don't know if I should go on this trip, then just don't. I don't know if I should sit next to that person. Don't. That's what you got to do in a situation like this. That isn't being racist. That isn't being non-PC, all that stuff. It's just, this is what you do. You just trust yourself, okay? Because the Italian story says that I don't want anything that possibly has a 20+% death rate if that's what they've got. It's just, no part of that action. None. I think the next financial crisis, it's on the way. And of course, if you understand what the Federal Reserve has done or not done or should have done but didn't do since 2008, you understand we live in a world leveraged to the hilt, loaded with debt. These are numbers I pulled off just before I started recording. The Dow's sporting, multi-100 point decline and all of that. But importantly, the Russell small cap stocks has made new lows for this move. The European stocks have broken to brand new lows. The Nikkei's broken to new lows for the move. They got a ways to go before they hit multi-year lows that they hit back in 2016, but on their way. Big story, though, for me is crude oil here with a big whopping. It was at one point an 8% decline. And so that's, if we round up, those are 8% declines for Brent and for WTIC over here. Those are huge. So something's coming, and oil is sniffing it out for sure. All right, conclusions. Italy's numbers, very worrying. Enough said on that. SARS-CoV-2, you know what? It sheds like crazy and contaminates surfaces all around an infected and infective person. It gets into air vents, which means it is floating about. We have aerosolized droplets. That's what the Singapore study says. If somebody shows me different and better data, I'll take it. But I'm not going to take these bland statements from health authorities who say they've heard from other health authorities that they heard it from somebody else that it's not. It doesn't spread by aerosolized droplets, because the data says it does. All right, terrible communication and worse, non-science-based directives are being issued by supposed health authorities, signs that I think they are panicking. They keep telling me not to panic, they keep telling you not to panic, but I think they're panicking. The next financial crisis, I believe, is well on its way. You're going to file this one under self-inflicted wounds, because we should have had less debt in the system, not more. Whoops, I keep jumping around here. And finally, you know what? It didn't all have to be this way. It just didn't. So remember, this is not the flu. It's not SARS. I'm just going to throw this up here so that we can remember it. Remember the balancing act, really important. You got to balance these three things. And I know that's what the health authorities are really struggling with. And remember to resubscribe to this channel if you need to, because people keep getting unsubscribed. Thanks, Google. Really wonderful. I'm out here sharing data and helping people prepare and possibly even saving lives. And you're making it as hard as possible to continue to attract and retain people. So thanks for that. At any rate, that's all I've got for today. Thank you very much for listening. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hi, folks. Adam Taggart here. Chris Martinson and I are the co-founders of Peak Prosperity. If you want to get alerted whenever we release a new video from Chris, just click the red subscribe button right beneath the YouTube video player. Once you've done that, a little bell icon will appear right next to it. Click on that bell. It looks like this. And that's it. The next time we publish a video from Chris, you'll immediately receive a notification from YouTube. Thanks for watching our videos.
Alrighty, and that is going to wrap it up for the night. I wanted to make sure to get that one in because, like I say, that's, I honestly feel that he is one of the most valuable and straightforward, methods of information that there is. There's so much crap out there, and I'm continuing battling on social media, as I was talking about earlier, and got so frustrated during the monologue, I'm still battling it. Because, these idiots, all they see is politics. That's it, right? And they somehow, every single thing on this planet, they have to somehow tie into politics. Either it's because Trump is evil or because Trump is God. One of the two, right? And it's everything. And like I said, COVID-19 doesn't give a damn who you're registered to vote for. Doesn't care. This has got to change. I'm trying to think of a nice way to say it. This has got to change. Right? Thinning of the herd is well needed. Really, truly is. I don't think this is going to be the thinning, though, that we need. I think we're going to need a much, much larger thinning than what we're going to get here in order to truly wake people up. But I could be wrong. This could actually be worse than I expect. Time will tell. And only that time will tell. Okay? All we can do at this point is take in the data as it comes, make our best projections from that, and go from there. You've got these idiots out there that are still trying to compare this thing with the flu, and they've got years and years and years of data, right, on the flu, on this regular seasonal flu. But they've got very little data yet on COVID-19. Very little data, minute amount of data, especially in comparison. And the data that they already have is horrific. It truly is. It truly is. Fatality rate in the United States at this point is above 5%. Above 5%. The seasonal flu is below 1. This is why these people disgust me, and this is why it angers me, and this is why I continue to battle it on social media. Again, these people don't care about your life. They don't care about your well-being. They don't care about you. They don't care about your loved ones. The only thing they frickin' care about is that their jack-off gets in office. That's it. That's it. And as I commented on one of the posts today, there is no taking the high road from here. Republicans are done. There is no taking the high road from here. You want to talk about jumping the ship. They just jumped the ship. They really did. Because once this runs its course and people sees what it's all about, do you know who's destroying the election results? The conservatives. The conservatives are the ones destroying the election results. Why do I say that? Because by November, this is going to be able to run its course. Go ahead and answer, babe. Where was my track? And it was an important point too. Yeah, because by the time election comes around, this is going to have not necessarily completely ran its course, but it's going to have made a huge dent. Okay? And if there's a significant loss of life, okay, between now and November, who do you think is going to be mad at who? Just like the Democrats did it to themselves this last time around, Red Team's going to do it to themselves this time around. You know? Easy solution. Go with the facts. Quit attaching a political bias to every damn thing there is. Is that 60-watt light bulb a Republican or a Democrat? I don't fucking care. I only care that it puts out light or that it sucks up dark. Either way, as long as I can see, that's all that matters. Right? The virus doesn't care about your political affiliation. Doesn't know anything about it, doesn't care anything about it. I wished it did, but it doesn't. Anyway, I am out of here. I appreciate y'all coming. God willing, we'll be back Monday. Again, if something very, very significant comes out over the weekend, I'll either go live, I'll make a video, but I'm going to be probably pretty busy this weekend still. I've still got like most of the software and stuff to install yet. I literally just have installed the very minimum that I need to do the show. So I've got a lot to go. And so I'm going to be a pretty busy camper this weekend. So anyway, like I said, I hope everybody has a great evening. I do appreciate you guys coming. This is pointless without you. And I hope to see you Monday. So take it easy. Relax. Yes, this is serious. Yes, you need to take action now. Right? You should have took action yesterday and the day before that and the day before that. Right? But don't panic. Don't freak out. This is what we've been working towards. This is what preppers do. We didn't do this for nothing. We did this for an event like this. Okay? So just relax. You know, if you have any kind of training, whether it's self-training or anything like that, in these prepping type survival areas, you need to understand that if you get upset, if you get scared, if you get whatever, any emotion, you pick one, it doesn't matter. Mad, scared, whatever, right? It's going to be much harder to fall back on those things that you learned when you trained, okay? So it's important to keep a calm head. Yeah, that's cool, Wolf. Yeah, go ahead. Anyway, I am going to sign out. I hope everybody has a great weekend. Hope to see you Monday. As always, God bless you. We love you, and be one with your spirit.